Honorable members' prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, kindly indulge me today to skip item 2. We don't have any message from the presidency, and the speaker has also not given any indication that he has a message. So please, let's turn to item 5. Item 5, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We start with votes and proceedings, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page number 11. Page number 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page number 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page number 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Yes, Honorable
Speaker,
Member for Temari South.
Page 28, but I may be asked that I'm out of order. But Mr. Speaker, page 28, just to relate to the fact that, yes, this reflects what happened in the House. Sub clause 2, it's a true reflection. The government shall take appropriate measures in the public and private sector to ensure the full integration of women into the mainstream of all spheres of development. I'm just drawing attention because tomorrow, the minister who is sponsoring it must pay attention. Sometimes we may not be here. When you say spheres of development, what do you mean? Is that what you want in the legislation? But I said this is what happened. But words, the words we use, you want to mainstream women in all spheres of development. What is all spheres of development? If you want to say national public life, say so. If you want to say national life, I didn't have opportunity to be here. I'm only drawing attention at this stage so that the sponsor will take note of some of the words that are being used. Because, Mr. Speaker, whatever law we pass here reflect on all of us, including you. When you go and say all spheres of development, you can do that. You can put women in all spheres of development. What do you mean by that? So take note. I know some people will say I'm out of order, but I'm putting you on notice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm tempted to agree with the concerns of the member for Tamale South. But before I do so, I would want to draw his attention to the language of the Constitution under the directive principles of state policy. Article 36(6), it provides, the state shall afford equality of economic opportunity to all citizens, and in particular, the state shall take necessary steps so as to ensure the full integration of women into mainstream of the economic development of Ghana. Yeah, no, but we can repeat the language of the Constitution. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is referring to the objects of the directive principles of state policy. But even so, Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 17.4, no, I just want us to deal with this properly. If you look at 17.4a, of the Constitution, yes, please, where issues of equality are guaranteed, the Constitution further provides, in a very veritable language, 17.4a, nothing in this article shall prevent Parliament from enacting laws that are reasonably necessary to provide for the implementation of policies and programs aimed at redressing social, economic, or educational imbalance in the Ghanaian society. So if you juxtapose this against the 36.6, you get your answer. And therefore, it cannot be that the law is seeking to discriminate, because there have been an earlier concerns about discrimination by virtue of Article 17. So Article 17 itself cures the supposed discrimination by saying that Parliament should take steps to enact laws to deal with the imbalance. So if you look at it, then, Mr. Speaker, I think that you should have no problem at all with what is captured in the vote. But Minister, take note so that you can adopt the language of the Constitution to fortify yourself, else you get mortified. Thank you.
Hello, but my problem is what has been captured is what took place yesterday. So, Honorable Member for Tamale South. Honorable Member for Tamale South. What I'm saying is what has been captured is what took place yesterday. And therefore, if really we are talking about spheres of development, and you could have addressed that issue, not here, not at this particular time. So, very well. So let's turn to page 29. Page 30. Page number 31. Page 32. Page 33. Page number 34. Page 35. Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. Page 39. Page number 40. Page 41. Page 42. Page 43. Page 44. Page 45. Page 46. Page number 47. Page number 48. And finally, page number 49. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, the 24th July 2024, is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, I have in my hands the 20th June 2024 edition of the official report. 20th June 2024 edition of the official report. I take it again, the official report of 20th June 2024. Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 20th June 2024 edition is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, leadership, are you moving to urgent questions?
Speaker, as was agreed, we have the statement to the budget statement today, contribution from members today, but we have to proceed that with the bills, two bills, very important, as was directed by Honourable Speaker, the affirmative bill and then the social protection. So we'll apportion an hour to each of the bills, after which we'll begin with contributions to the statement. So, Speaker, that's it.
Speaker, how could we, the mid-year review has been done, and then instead of colleagues, as you know, we don't have enough time, instead of colleagues making contribution now, we say we are prioritizing the bills over that. Mr. Speaker, there was no such agreement. The agreement was that we'll do the debate. When we finish with the list of the people we provided, then we can do the bills. So, Mr. Speaker, there was no such agreement to do the bills. I mean, what's the point of? So, Mr. Speaker, let's do the debate. Or well, let's make the comments on the bill on the statement. Then we can do the bills, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, oftentimes he knows I've often acceded to your cause. On this occasion, I will not. Because we have an agreement. We went to the Right Honourable Speaker, who gave directive that these bills are very important. Probably the Speaker, you have to see the Speaker, and the Speaker will explain to you why he gave that directive. The Speaker's directive was succinct and clear. Dedicate. Can I finish? Can I finish? Sit down.
Yesterday before adjournment.
It is whips who are talking.
Are you a whip? Are you a whip?
These are two whips who are doing their thing.
So, Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, and they say monkeys play by sight. Speaker, you can relate to the Right Honourable Speaker. The Speaker had insisted 2 hours, unalloyed 2 hours, dedicated to the affirmative bill and the social protection bill, 2 hours. After which, we will start. Yes, even the EPA, I can see the chairman signal me. The EPA is also passed. So there are going to be 3 bills. 2 hours dedicated to these. Then after, I won't sit down. I have not finished. Speaker, that is the agreement. And we have often agreed to disagree. Speaker, on this occasion, I will not yield to my brother. I will not yield. So that is what it is. And it's a directive from the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, let him check his back, the number of people behind him. If he wants us to do business, he must do it in collaboration with us. I'm saying that there's no reason why we should come to the House this morning and decide that we are prioritizing bills over actually comments on the state of the media. The Ghanaian people want to hear what is up, what the finance minister have said. That Mr. Speaker have given an express. I am not aware, Mr. Speaker, have given any directive that this is what we should do. If you have gone to Mr. Speaker to say your things, Mr. Speaker hasn't related to us, Mr. Speaker, and he shouldn't blame us. And I said, watch your back, the number of the people behind you before you start saying that this one you will not agree. You not agree to what? You have 14 people behind you. As a majority, you have 14 people. You have 40 people behind you, and then you are there boasting that you are majority, you are doing it. We are not doing the bills. We are going to do. Listen, we are going to do the debate. No, not the debate. The comment on this. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, Honourable Adongo is here. Yesterday, you were calling for debate. Everybody knew you were calling for debate. Let's do the debate. You are running away. Yesterday, the whole world knew you were calling for debate. So, Mr. Speaker, Honourable Adongo is here. Even if the vice president wants to debate him, Honorable Adongo is here to start the debate. I'm not calling for debate. I'm calling for. Oh, Minister, is this where you want to sit now? You're in a rush. You're in a rush to come here. No one is 4 months time you'll be here. Don't worry, don't be in a rush. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling for a robust comment by colleagues on the statement of media reports. Yeah, robust comment, not debate. Yes, it's not a debate. It's a robust comment.
Speaker, I had earlier signaled, and this is a matter of reputation. I will not tell a lie on such matters. The Speaker had given directive. 2 hours should be dedicated to 2 very important bills. Probably he should revert his mind to the directive of the Speaker. Speaker, I'm saying that on this occasion, we on this side will not accede to your call. And you are calling for me, you are saying I should look at my back. Look at your back equally. This is a house. And we don't need only our presence. We don't need only the majority to do business. We equally need your side too. Speaker, 2 hours for the bills, after which we will do the contribution to. You can tell from the body language of Adongo. Adongo is not ready yet. He wants to comment after about 2 hours. They are all not ready. He will comment after 2 hours.
We are inviting another.
Yeah, he wants to unnecessarily put Honorable Adongo, who is my very good friend. Please sit down. He wants to unnecessarily put him on the spot. Why? Kwame, why? Adongo is now referencing his notes. He's not ready. Speaker, let's do the bills. And
why did you mention Adongo's name?
He's my friend.
Speaker, I'm happy my good friend has confirmed that both sides don't have the numbers even to do business. I said he doesn't have enough numbers behind him. He just confirmed that we also don't have enough numbers, meaning that we don't have enough numbers to do business. So once it's confirmed that we don't have enough numbers to do business, we are even the bills. We need it's a decision that we're going to be taking decisions on the clauses. Since he's confirming that we don't have numbers to take decisions on that, then let the natural justice based on our rules take its course. That we don't have enough numbers in the house to do business. That is what he's saying. So if that's the case, let's have that. Yes. I mean, you come and you go and say that Mr. Speaker says this, and then you don't even have. Did you tell Mr. Speaker that you don't have numbers before he asked you to do this? It's not about me. The minister himself coming here, the leader coming here. What? You don't have numbers. So if you are a majority who is always in the minority, you should have a very good temper. You don't pretend that you have numbers. This is the first time we have a parliament where the majority is always in the minority. Look, even today, let the cameras watch. Let the cameras watch. Is this minority? And are you in the majority? No, I will not stop. Is this minority? Look at your numbers. Is this minority and are you majority? This is obviously a majority number than yours. You don't have the numbers. So don't call the shots. You are actually, in reality, you are a minority in this parliament. It is only when you want to take certain decisions that we whip all your people from across the country to come and take a decision. Once you finish your decisions, you let them go and be following your flag bearer. That is all you do all the time. Yes, that's all you do all the time. Where are your ministers?
Yes, Honorable, you want to say something?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
I'll come to you, Honorable Adongo. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I remember on Tuesday when we had to do the mid-year budget review, we still did a couple of business on the floor before we began that, even though that was also important. All we are asking is that allow us to proceed with this. After some time, we will stop and then continue with the comments on the statement. That's all we are asking. These two bills are very, very important because they are part of the GPO from the World Bank, where we are also going to receive about $300 million US dollars to support whatever we are doing here. So, Mr. Speaker, we are asking that members on the other side agree with us for us to look at the two bills, get to a certain point, just as we did on Tuesday, and then we can continue with the comments on the mid-year. That is also very important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my leader, mentioned that we are not ready and that Isaac Adongo is now looking through his papers. Mr. Speaker, I was just giving the media review, but I'm ready to start right now. It was just handed to me. You read this media 2 days ago. Because you don't want us to know what is inside, you only brought it. But Mr. Speaker, I'm ready for them. Even without this document, I'm ready to debate.
But I think that explains why we should have some time to glance through the document.
I'm ready without the budget.
Glance through the document.
I'm ready without the
document.
document.
So after 2 hours, we can come back to you.
Nothing has happened. I'm ready now. Let's start the debate. Speaker, can I start?
No, hold on.
Oh. Mr. Speaker, let me just start.
Leadership. I mean, what's the pressure of the House now? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the ministers who have their bills before the House have heard the sentiment of the House and the extent to which members are ready to go to sacrifice to make things happen for them. So, Mr. Speaker, since we're going to start with the bills and follow up with the comments, robust comments, there would be. I would plead that the honorable ministers who are sponsoring certain bills should take note of the industry of members. They should take note of the industry of members because so far members have been very supportive. So, Mr. Speaker, having said that, I would want to pray that we proceed with the affirmative action bill so that we can make progress. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker.
I'm not done yet. It's a very humble plea that I am making to the Honorable Minority Chief Whip. Indeed, we are in this together. I'm just pleading with you, sir. I'm just pleading with you. Come in. Meet the cuckoo now, see ya.
Thank you, leader. Whilst you are engaging me, negotiating, you sent the minister to which of you should I listen to? She's also here. Which of you should I listen to? And I'm happy that you finally got to a point where you realize that we do these things by talking to each other nicely. Yes. Not what a friend of mine sitting near you did a few minutes ago. You see, but Mr. Speaker, he made an appeal that we do each of the bills for 1 hour. Mr. Speaker, we all have watches here. For today, Mr. Speaker, we beg, let your watch be our watch, so that we don't have there's no discrepancy in terms of which time we are using. And Mr. Speaker, let the majority side knows that we did have certain understanding that borders generally on the country and the chamber some time ago. Those issues are still pending. We had certain understanding for some issues. Those issues, Mr. Speaker, are still pending, and their credibility is about to be questioned. So we can compromise by saying, for 2 hours only, we shall do the bills, 1 hour for each bill, and after that, we revert to do the comments on this. But Mr. Speaker, can you advise the minister responsible for the Minister of State at the Finance Ministry to go back to her seat? She's disturbing me too much here. I beg you.
Well. Honorable, now they've yielded. So
I want to thank the Minority Chief Whip, and I want to assure him that all outstanding matters will be attended to. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Very well. The time is 12 o'clock. Honorable members, the time is 12 o'clock. We are going to move.
Mr. Speaker, which time are you referring to? Is it the one here or your own time? Your own watch? Which one? So that all of us can follow
this
you.
One as well as
The
my
one
own.
above there.
This one as well as my own.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very well. Yes.
Speaker, with your leave, we'll vary order of business and at the commencement of public business, shall we proceed to page 51 of today's order paper and take item 65?
Honorable members, let me invite you to page 51. 51, item listed 65. Affirmative Action, Gender Equality Bill 2024 at the consideration stage. Very well. Now let me invite the chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are on clause 6. Clause 6, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, paragraph B. Delete gender equality and insert achieving gender balance. And in lines 2 and 3, delete issues certificates of compliance and insert recommend to the minister organizations and institutions that are deserving of gender equality compliance certificates.
Yes, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 6. Yes, honorable Hiafo.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment, except that we are not talking about gender equality, but we are talking about gender equity.
Yes, I think yesterday we made that general omnibus amendment that wherever we see
So, Mr. Speaker,
gender equality, we should replace it with gender.
I'm not expecting to see gender equality in any of the proposed amendments after taking that decision.
Well,
I'm still here anyway.
Very well. I hope the drafters will take note of that. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, subclause 1, clause 6.
Amendment proposed. Subclause 1, paragraph E. Delete equality and insert equity.
Leader,
Speaker, I got up to draw attention to 1D. Really has to do with the arrangement. It says that they should develop a national plan of action to address, monitor, and report on the progress of implementation of this act. Speaker, you have to monitor, report on before you address matters relating to the progress of implementation of the act. It's just the arrangement. So you must, a rather should read to develop a national plan of action to monitor, report on, and address matters relating to the progress of implementation of this act. That's the arrangement.
very well. So the arrangement So, drafters, take note of that arrangement. Yes. Now, there is a proposed amendment to subclause 1, paragraph E. I'll put the question. All those in favor of that clause amendment say aye. All those against say no. Yes, Honorable Member for Tamale South.
Speaker, even though I cannot arrest your putting the question, now when you read paragraph E, in Ghana, and for purpose of this house, we have ministries, departments, agencies. Leader says he's done that. You cannot just say that you want to liaise with government agencies and organizations. Mr. Speaker, in this house, government agencies and organizations are referred to as ministries, departments, and agencies. MDAs. Say so, because those are the institutions where you want to achieve the gender equity. Unless you have difficulty using it, it can be as well a directive from the Speaker. Liaise with government agencies. What are government agencies? For our purposes here, we have MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies. Unless the sponsor has a problem with it. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, I was just going to raise the same observations because our committees are set up to trace and track the activities of ministries, departments, and agencies. So I had made the same observation. So I support the amendment proposed by my colleague. Rather should read ministries, departments, and agencies.
Well. Yes.
Yeah, that should even be consequential.
It's consequential.
You see
Well. So, drafters, take note of that. So, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, clause 1, paragraph G. Chairperson.
Clause 1. Amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph G. Delete where gender discrimination is established.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, I forgot that I've another minor amendment to the E. To the E before she comes to F. Further to the amendment proposed by the minority leader, the former minority leader, which I've supported. Mr. Speaker, the B talks about organizations and institutions, and then E then talks about only private institutions. It should include private institutions and organizations. Private institutions and organizations, just as is contained in B, so that it will reflect what has been captured in B. Is private institutions and organizations. It looks like in the E, for private, they've omitted the organizations.
Yes. So that is in respect of the previous amendment. So you've taken note of that. Okay. Very well. So, Chairperson, we move the amendment again. G.
G. Amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph G. Delete where gender discrimination is established.
Yes, Honorable Haruna.
Speaker, we support the chairperson's amendment. It makes the reading much more elegant so that it will read to receive and investigate complaints about gender discrimination and make appropriate recommendations for redress. It should end there. It should just end there. Recommendations
That
for
is
redress.
paragraph G.
So starting from where gender discrimination is established, all those words will be deleted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, Honorable Anyabo.
The recommendation is for redress. It's for redress. You didn't remove the redress. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, the amendment being proposed is that where gender discrimination is established should be deleted. So the new rendition would be receive and investigate complaints about gender discrimination and make appropriate recommendations for redress. Full stop. That is the proposed amendment.
But that's what he said.
So he is supporting the UN support. Yes. So that is okay, Mr. Speaker.
Well. I'll put the question again. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now we turn to subclause 2, line 1.
Mr. Speaker, subclause 6.1, with your indulgence and leave. H. Provide information to any party in a gender dispute on the rights of the party, remedies available to the party, and obligations of the party. Mr. Speaker, this is law. You provide information to any party in a gender dispute on their rights, remedies, and obligations. But the construction, rights of the party, yes. So improve it, Ozeche, help them.
So, Honorable Halina, you've abandoned it? Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think it really refers to a party to a dispute. Clearly not a political party, not NDC. It's a party to a dispute. So I think we should leave it as it is. Otherwise, if you want to change it, then we should rather introduce a person. But I think it's clear enough with the party.
Well. So, Chairperson, you move the last clause on 6. That is subclause 2. Okay, hold on. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, by way of chronological arrangement, I think that the F, but that will be left to the draft persons. The F really should be the closing phrase, advising the minister on policy on matters and any other matter relevant to the implementation of this act. That should be the last. But as I'm saying, that will be left to the draft persons.
Well, thank you. Drafter, so please take note of that.
Mr. Speaker, having said that, the I, is it the function of the committee to directly promote public education, or they are going to facilitate the promotion? Is it the case that they are going to do it directly, or they are going to facilitate? I want to know from the committee. So,
Chairperson, can you, Chairperson or the Minister, if you can give us. Chairperson, did you hear what former leader said?
Mr. Speaker, I didn't get it.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, as I hear the Honorable Secretary Mensah, Clause 6.1I, You see, coordinate, advise, and promote public education programs. Now, with your leave and indulgence, the word advise serves no purpose there. So, facilitate. He wants facilitate. So you can say facilitate, promote, and coordinate public education programs. And then for the creation of a culture of respect. Do you create culture of respect? Do you create culture of respect? Is it created? So we are saying that the I should read, if the sponsor and the chairperson have no objection. Facilitate, promote, and coordinate public education programs on the need for for the creation of a culture of respect for gender equity. Thank you. So I'm deleting advice and substituting with facilitate, but improve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, can you help us with a rendition? To cap that. Honorable Helena, will you put off your mic?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, the advice there is supposed to be a verb. So it should be S and not C. And you advise on something. So if you have to live with what is here, coordinate, advise on, and promote public education programs. I was just asking whether they are going to do it frontally, that is promoting public education, or they are going to facilitate the promotion of public education. That's the question that I posed. But if you want to leave it there, then just tidy up. It should be advised on. But you are not advising public education. So that's the point that I was making.
Yes.
Speaker, I was guided by the Honorable Osaiche on this clause, and I said 6(1)(I) should read, facilitate, promote, and coordinate public education programs. I so move. Thank you.
Well. Honorable members, proposed amendment by Honorable Chairman Sabosu. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious that ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, Chairperson, take the subclause 2, line 1, as we've advertised.
Amendment proposed, subclause 2, line 1, delete equality and insert equity.
Yes. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried.
But, Mr. Speaker, if I have your indulgence, on the same 2, the committee shall submit an annual report on gender equity, including gender aggregation data. Is it on? There's in there, in. Are we looking for on or in? In all sectors to the minister, in all sectors to the minister, and on all sectors.
The preposition?
Mr. Speaker, in all
sectors, yes.
In all sectors to the minister. Thank you.
Very well. So I'll put the entire clause 6. All those in favor that clause 6 as variously amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 6 as variously amended is directed to stand part of the bill. Yes. Clause 7.
Tenure of office of members.
Is there any proposed amendment? All those in favor, Chairman, Very well. All those in favor that cross 7 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 7 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 8.
Meetings of the committee.
There's no proposed amendment to cross 8. All those in favor that cross 8 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 8 is part of the bill. Cross 9.
Disclosure of interest.
There's no proposed amendment to cross 9. All those in favor that cross 9 stands part of the bill say aye. You will not to also respond. All those in favor that cross 9 stands part of the bill. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I advised yesterday, in these matters, we have developed a template. Let them relate what we do to this. But I do recollect that we have a place, a provision on a subcommittee that consists of non-members. That will be 10. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Honorable Hiafo.
Mr. Speaker, at Winnowing, it was agreed.
Come again?
At Winnowing, it was agreed that provisions that we have, the templates, should be adopted by the drafter. Yes. That's why we don't have amendment on provisions.
Well. So the drafters are taking note of all this. So all those in favor that cross 9 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 9 stands part of the bill. Now cross 10.
Establishment of subcommittees.
There's no advertised proposed amendment. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the assurance given by the honourable member for Akachi South, I think we can go on, because I was going to make an observation there that we have a subcommittee consisting of non-members only. You will say that their recommendations should only be advisory. It's not included here. So with this understanding, let the draft persons look at it and compare to the template that we have and make the necessary insertions.
Yes, I think if you take the votes and proceedings, 10, I think yesterday the speaker gave directives that from cross 5 to 18, the draft men or draft persons should ensure that they conform with the standard provision adopted by the House. So yesterday the speaker himself okay. This one was in respect of the Shapers bill. So we can take similar directives. So all those areas that are supposed to be part of the template, the draftsmen should take note and address the issue. Well. So we turn to clause 11.
Allowances.
There's no proposed advertised amendment to clause 11. All those in favor that clause 11 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. No members, the ayes have it. Clause 11 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Ministerial directives.
Yes, there's a proposed amendment by the chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, clause 12. Amendment proposed. Head note. Delete ministerial and insert policy.
Yes, Honorable Hiafo.
I support the amendment. It is policy directive, not ministerial directive. And it's consistent with our laws. We don't say ministerial directive, but we say policy directive. Then we say the minister.
Yes, Honorable Helena.
Speaker, if they succeed as they should, then line 1, the minister may give policy directives, insert policy in the same first line, consistent with what they want to do. So it will now read, the minister may give policy directives, not just directives, which is consistent with what they are doing to the head notes and the other. Thank you.
Very well. So with this, I'll put the question. All those in favor? Yes, Minister, if you can help us.
The both of you say in writing to the committee on matters of policy. So if you say policy directive and repeat on matters of policy again, there's no need.
Very well. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 12, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 12 stands part of the bill. Now clause 13.
Secretariat of the committee.
There's no proposed advertised amendment.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave and indulgence, line 1, the ministry shall establish a secretariat for the performance substituted for the discharge, modern day drafters, which is the appropriate word. Is it for the performance of the functions of the committee or for the discharge of the functions of the committee? It's needed to use.
Are you seeking clarification, or you are making an amendment?
I would have deleted discharge and substituted it with performance, if it pleases the House. Thank you. I so move.
So it means we are moving. So that is a proposed amendment by the majority, former minority.
Mr. Speaker, I support the former.
Very well.
It should be the performance of the functions
Very well.
of the committee.
So, honourable members, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 13, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 13, as the ayes have it, the amendment is carried. And all in favor that clause 13 as amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 13 as amended stands part of the bill. We now turn to clause 14.
Gender equality compliance certificate.
Yes, there is a proposed amendment to clause 14. Yes, Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, clause 14, amendment proposed. Clause 14, delete and insert the following new clause. The minister shall, on recommendations of the Gender Equity Committee, issue a gender equality compliance certificate to a deserving organization.
Yes, that's the proposed amendment. Yes, Honourable Helena Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment, but deserving organizations, deserving institutions and organizations, which is a wholesale word, one must be larger than the other. Or do we use the two? I would so propose, but I support the amendment. You can't just say organization. What about institutions? So with that improvement, Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment.
With that vote,
what she's seeking to do is that now you just don't issue the compliance certificate. It must be on the recommendations of the committee. So there would have been an assessment of what work you have done to promote gender equity on that basis. So that, Mr. Speaker, nobody sits in the comfort of his room and determine that you deserve a certificate or you don't deserve. But I would add institution to organizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Anyafo.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendments being moved, and she's right in amending gender equality to gender equity. But in the same line, it should be gender equity certificate. Gender equity compliance certificate to a deserving organization. So it's also a consequential amendment. And Mr. Speaker, if we come to the head note, gender equality compliance certificate should also be gender equity compliance certificate.
Very well. The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 14 say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now the question is, all those in favor that clause 14 as amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 14 as amended stands part of the bill. We turn to clause 15.
Independent constitutional bodies.
Yes, Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, clause 15. The amendment proposed is that the whole of the clause be deleted.
The entire clause should be deleted. Okay, what's the rationale behind?
Mr. Speaker, the rationale behind is that Electoral Commission, by the Constitution, Article 45 states clearly the functions of the Electoral Commission. So the committee realized that we cannot, by this bill, compel Electoral Commission to do what we have stated. That's why we deleted the entire clause.
But is the Electoral Commission the only independent? Yes, Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, it holds same for the Media Commission. We came to an agreement that these independent constitutional bodies, they have specific functions outlined in the Constitution. And so the agreement was that we didn't want to give them any extra functions that have not been spelled out in the Constitution. And so we decided that for all the independent constitutional bodies that were mentioned here, we were taking it out. Those functions that we were seeking to introduce, in addition to their core functions, we will delete it from this affirmative action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm in two minds. The issue raised by the chairman, the chairperson. I believe you don't mind being referred to as the chairman. You don't. Okay, so the issue raised by the chairman and supported by the minister. Mr. Speaker, yes, the Constitution assigns core functions to these constitutional creatures. But the Constitution also permits Parliament to add on. The Constitution permits Parliament to add on. So if by this we are saying that this should be another function to the constitutional creatures, I don't see anything wrong with that. Number one. This is not an amendment of the Constitution by the window. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind us, those of them who have stayed in the House for a while, and I believe the Honorable Haruna Idrisu will bear me out. In 2004, in the budget of all the constitutional creatures, there was a line item that they should provide education on HIV/AIDS. And they are very line. And to the extent that Parliament approved of it, it was deemed to have been approved by Parliament. That was it. So
I'm not too sure of this leg that she's coming on. So that's why I'm saying that I'm in two minds on this. Would that amount to an amendment of the Constitution, or is it an added-on function that we are proposing for these constitutional creatures? I have a particular observation when you say that they should establish mechanisms to progressively realize gender equity and equality. That's within their setup. The officers there are appointed by the president. So the Electoral Commission itself doesn't have any ownership of who is the staff of the Electoral Commission. So you cannot say that they should address that. It should be the appointing officer, in this case, the president. So I have difficulties in some of these provisions. But I think the matter relating to whether or not it not being a core function of the constitutional creatures, Parliament could not assign such functions. I'm in two minds. Thank you.
So, what is the pressure of the House? Yes, Honorable Hiafo.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the former majority leader, but I just want to draw the attention of the House to the Supreme Court case of Francis Osei Bonsu versus Attorney General, writ number J1/18/2023. In fact, the decision of the court dated 24th April 2024, just a recent decision. Mr. Speaker, in this decision, Section 16(2) of the Citizenship Act was declared null and void. The Constitution in Article 8(2) was amended to allow a dual citizen with limitations, with a clause that Parliament may, by an act, add on to it. But the Supreme Court is of the view that since that is a constitutional provision, it can only be amended by the procedure laid down in Article 289 for the amendment of the Constitution. We cannot do it by an act of Parliament. So the view here is that the Constitution have established these independent bodies with their core functions spelled out in the Constitution. Can we, by an act of Parliament, add on to those functions except by the procedure laid down in Article 289, 290, and 291 of the Constitution? Mr. Speaker, it is that view that informed us to have those provisions deleted in order not to run into a problem. Mr. Speaker, it's a recent decision of the Supreme Court that we can all read. So the Section 16(2) of the Citizenship Act was declared null and void because it is contrary to the Constitution, particularly when Parliament did not use the usual procedure in amending the Constitution.
Well. So, Honorable Leader Emeritus. Honorable Leader Emeritus. Honorable Leader Emeritus. Okay, let me listen to former Deputy Attorney General.
Yeah. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the former majority leader on this matter. The Honorable Member for Akachi South has cited a Supreme Court decision touching on and concerning the issue on the floor. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the functions of the Electoral Commission, as stated in Article 45, 45F says, to perform such other functions as may be prescribed by law. The drafters of the Constitution contemplated that legislation implementing the Constitution will be passed by Parliament. And Parliament is the only institution that has power to make law. In fact, it could not have been the intention of the drafters of the Constitution to contemplate that every time that law has to be made to implement the constitution has to be amended. Constitutions do not work in that way. They are not self-implementing. And so I think that the Supreme Court was wrong and that the Honorable Majority Leader is right. If law has to be made to implement the Constitution, it must be supplemented by an act of Parliament, pursuant to the powers granted Parliament under the Constitution to make law. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So, what is the pressure of the House now? Do we abandon the amendment? We should abandon the amendment. Come again. Honorable Hiaf, what do you say?
Mr. Speaker, then I will suggest that we stand it down so that I will make the decision of the Supreme Court available so that we can all look at it carefully. We can all look at it carefully in order not to run into a further problem.
Yes, Honorable Haruna Iddrisu.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that further consultation will be important. But yes, we can sit in this forum and say they are wrong. But constitutionally, they are clothed with authority to say we are wrong. And if anybody walks to them, they will declare us as being wrong. And theirs will stand, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, having heard from the former Deputy Attorney General, I'm minded to agree with him and the former leader that we stand this down, except that, Mr. Speaker, my worry is when you say independent constitutional bodies, why not state them? State. You want to say Shiraj, Electoral Commission, National Media Commission, state. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you say independent constitutional bodies, what are independent constitutional bodies? Just expresso unius rule. Expressly say what you want to say. That these institutions must perform this function. When you say independent constitutional bodies, then you must go and define independent constitutional bodies. We know them. So say so. Express it here. So let them do further winnowing on 15. And then, Mr. Speaker, we needn't highlight what constitutionally they've been asked to do already. So you don't repeat what is their primary mandatory duty. You don't repeat it in the legislation. So maybe we should stand down 15 and then go further, and then you can consult further with leader and then polish it up. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, do you want to say something?
Yes, so he made reference to listing, or we should stand it down. All right. Mr. Speaker, we'll stand it down.
Come again.
We'll stand it down.
Well, honorable members, the pressure of the House is to stand clause 15 down. We'll revisit it again. So let's turn to 16, clause 16.
Governance and decision making in the public service.
Yes, there's a proposed amendment, Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, clause 16, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, delete equitable representation of women and insert progressive gender balance.
Yes, that's the proposed amendment to subclause 1. Is that the pressure of the House? All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye.
Mr. Speaker, this is at the heart of affirmative action. If we get this clause right, we will get more women participate in the public life of our country, in public service and in governance. So let's do it well. This is the thrust of the bill. You are saying that the government shall ensure equitable representation. Mr. Speaker, are you asking for more representation or equitable representation?
The word is equitable representation.
I agree. But Mr. Speaker, Ghana, population-wise, women are more. So equitable.
Yes.
With the proportionate size of the population. With the proportionate size of the population.
Equitable can be construed in so many ways.
So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to construe it now. We are construing the document. Proportionally, women are more. So when you say equitable, equitable proportional, more women. I'm all for more women representation, but I'm minded that you don't use words that, Mr. Speaker, yes, there is an imbalance you want to correct of more men than women. So you want to increase the participation of women. Now, in governance, Parliament is a governance institution and organs of state. It's elective. It's elective. How are you going to achieve that? How are you going to achieve that? Because you must go through a competitive election to be elected as MP to be here. When you put it in a bill, equitable, then they will demand 275 equitable, equal. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just cautioning. When you take Parliament today, Parliament 275 MPs, what does equitable mean to 275? Can you achieve that? It is practically and politically impossible by the nature of the 1992 Constitution. So, yes, more representation, increase their representation, but equitable representation. Mr. Speaker, if you say governance, and somebody say come and attack Parliament, Parliament is an institution of governance, very important organ. We want equitable representation of women. That will be an affront to the Constitution, which says that run for Parliament if you so wish, whether man or woman. So I'm not against the amendment. I think that, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy Osaiche is here. In our many travels abroad, Uganda, Kenya, Eritrea, it is through appointment that you achieve some of this. Even to their parliament. I mean, Rwanda just swore in a parliament, I think day before yesterday or yesterday. The president have appointed some women into parliament. Our constitution does not allow that. So, Mr. Speaker, clause 16 is at the heart of this bill. When you say you want to improve the standing of women, improve their contribution to the governance of our country and to decision making, we must get it right. So I'm all for the amendment, but equitable. When you make it law, practical implementation problems may choke us along the line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes. So, Honorable Haruna, I should understand that you are not necessarily against you are for it. So do you want to do further amendment to that? Come again? So do I put the question? I mean 16 surplus 1. Is that the pressure of the House to put the question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
No, I've been schooled that progressive can be 30, 40, 50, 60. That's progressive.
Very well. Honorable members, all those in favor of the
Mr. Speaker, I just want to know what they mean by progressive gender balance. What is that? Mr. Speaker, the language of the Constitution is that we should achieve gender balance. There, it does not talk about progressive. It says we should achieve gender balance in the recruitment and appointment to public office. And that is, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, that is Article 35. Article 35 of the Constitution, 6B. Towards the achievement of the objectives stated in clause 5 of this article, the state shall take appropriate measures to achieve regional is not necessary here in this context. Achieve gender balance in the recruitment and appointment to public office. There is not talking about progressive. So don't introduce progressive to lengthen the time for the attainment of the gender balance.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, the word progressive here has been put there because the fare schedule, it speaks to a progressive way to achieve gender balance. So we talk from 30% to 35%, then to 50%. So that's the progressive achievement we are looking at. So that's why progressive is there. Sorry. All right.
Very well. I will now put the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, clause 16, subclause 2. Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, clause 16, amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph D, delete end, and paragraph E, delete.
Very well. Honorable members, the chairperson has made the proposed amendment. Yes, Honorable Helena.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment, but to further persuade the chairperson and the minister, in the opening words of 16.2, it reads, the president shall, only the president. What about parliament? What about parliament? Only the president. It says the president shall ensure this institution can do better. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in many parliaments, gender budgeting is done by parliament. Parliament would have ensured that more money is allocated to support the development of women. Parliament has a role. I don't see why we are narrowing it only to the president. Why are we saying in 16.2 that the president shall, only the president, not parliament? But parliament too can have a role to play.
Well. So, chairperson, did you hear? You heard his submission?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, did you hear Honorable Helena's submission?
Uh, 16.2, Ozaije, why the president? The president shall ensure, because he appoints to ministerial positions, council of state, independent constitutional bodies, governing of state institutions, and the public service. Right, because the powers are vested in the president in the 1992 constitution. But I'm asking that, what can parliament do? Parliament as an organ, what can you also do to promote gender equity? Why are we leaving it only to the president? No, and I'm saying we have said the president, ministerial positions. Why? If he sends nominations to parliament and we count that there are 30% women, parliament will tell the president that take your list back and make sure that you increase the women. If we are that strong institutional parliament. So I'm saying that yes, your language here reflects the 1992 constitution. But I have a problem with it that the president, only the president. So what will parliament do?
That's the creature of the constitution.
No, Mr. Speaker, you know the Supreme Court accuses that we don't even debate. We are debating. They say we don't debate. We don't go into the issues. We just, thank you.
Yes.
I believe his concern will be addressed when we get to clause 20 of the bill, which says gender equity in parliament. Mr. Speaker, this provision is correct, and he stated it rightly, that by Article 195 of the Constitution, appointment to all these positions is vested in the President of the Republic of Ghana. Hence, the President shall ensure. So the provision is correct. We couldn't do otherwise than...
Yes, Honorable Member for Boko Central.
On a lighter note, I just wanted to respond to the former minority leader that this debate is actually what Parliament is doing by passing this law.
Very well. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Let's turn to 16 subclause 2 on page 55. XXII, Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 2. Insert the following new paragraphs after paragraph E. District assemblies and any other office to which the President makes an appointment.
Yes, there's a proposed amendment to 16 cross 2. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now I'll put the entire clause 16. All those in favor that clause 16, as variously amended, stands part of the bill, say aye. All those in favor that clause 16, as variously amended, stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 16, as variously amended, stands part of the bill. Clause 17.
Gender equality in public service.
Leader, let's move on. Clause 17, Chairperson, there's a proposed amendment. Clause 17. Yes, I just want to adhere to the time given me. Yes, clause 17.
Mr. Speaker, clause 17, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 3, delete equality and insert equity.
It's just consequential. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, debate. Mr. Speaker, clause 17 is superfluous. We don't
it's not superfluous.
Yes, the whole 17, you don't need it. Mr. Speaker, give me your constitution. Article 70 vests the power of appointment into governing bodies of public institutions in the President. And we have just dealt with 16. And in 16, an item was D. So Article 70, Mr. Speaker. No, this is not a constitution. Mr. Speaker, 70, the President shall act in consultation with the Council of State, appoint, and it reads there, holders of such offices prescribed by the Constitution, acting on the advice of the Council, appoint the chairman, that's Electoral Commission. So, governing bodies of commission is there, Mr. Speaker, in Article 71, III. So, what is 17 doing here? The President already has the power in 16. Now, you say the governing body of a public service institution shall, in filling vacancies, who fills the vacancies of a governing body? It's the President. You have already said so. So I'm not convinced that there should be clause 17. I'm not convinced. Let someone convince me. You said that the President, ministers, governing body, heads of constitutional bodies, power is vested in the President. Agreed. You just got that pass. Now in 17, you are saying gender equity in the public service, and you begin with 17.1, the governing body of a public service institution. Article 70 vests that in the President. Are you not repeating yourself if you have 16 and 17 together in this bill? Thank you.
Well. Yes, any other? So Honorable Helena is saying 17 is not needed. Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, the former leader is talking about the power vested in the president. But this bill is talking about the governing body of that in making decisions, they ensure appointments. So this is different.
Well. So, yes, leader.
When the member for Tamale started speaking, I thought he was going to follow the trajectory of the member for Akachi South. He said that by what we wanted to do earlier on, which we stood down, if we attempted to do that, it may amount to amending the Constitution. Article 19195 is clear on this. Now, is it the case that they are now forcing the hand of the president to appoint a certain number, not prescribed by the Constitution now? Is it the case that we are trying to amend the Constitution? I thought that was going to be the trajectory, which is what I said I disagree with. So I don't know whether on account of what we did earlier, we should stand this one down as well, because it also impacts on the 195, Article 195. And I thought you were going to raise that, but we didn't come by that route. So I don't know. I don't really know whether we should stand this one down as well, because of the issue that you
Well.
Even though, as I said, I disagree with what the said earlier.
Honorable members, I am watching my time. So why are you? So, honorable members, we bring consideration to a close. Yes, we are stepping down clause 17. We are bringing consideration to affirm bill to a close. Honorable members, before we move to the next item, kindly indulge me to acknowledge at the public gallery our children who have made their way into the chamber today. The first school is Chito Senior High Technical School. Chito Senior High Technical School. They are being led by Disu Mukaila, who is a teacher, and the school is located at Howes. So he wanted me to acknowledge your students.
Yes, let me acknowledge them. Mr. Speaker, this is the cadet corps. They have won 3 consecutive national competition, and so I salute them.
Very well. The second school is Dadrin DA Basic School. Dadrin DA Basic School. And they are being led by George Adetin, who is the head teacher. And incidentally, the school is located at Fomena constituency. So they've come all the way from my constituency. I don't know whether the MP is here. So you are welcome to the Parliament of Ghana. I hope you are monitoring. What is going on is the rare functions of parliamentarians' lawmaking. I hope you will be motivated in whatever you are seeing here, and it will urge you to study hard so that tomorrow, if we are not here, you will come and take our place. You are welcome, and you may resume your seats. Honourable members, are we going to into the debate or turn to the other bill?
Speaker, this is not a matter we should argue. We had a prior agreement. Two very important bills. The affirmative bill, 1 hour allocated to it, and the social protection or the EPA, also another hour, after which we'll start the contribution. It's not a debate. It's not a debate. No, leader, we'll do it just after an hour. We'll do it. After just 1 hour, we'll do it. That's the agreement. No, we'll do it. It is done. It's programmed. We'll do it. We'll do it. Yeah, but yeah, we'll do it.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, the most important business before this House in this meeting is the media review. Mr. Speaker, we have the power of the purse, and this document was presented on behalf of His Excellency President. Mr. Speaker, prime time must be used for prime business. All the press corps that you see here told their media houses that we are starting the media review coming today. And they were programmed to send their 12 o'clock, their midday news. Headlines. Mr. Speaker, we've lost that. Parliament must up our game. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Isaac Adongo came here very early, properly dressed, properly prepared. Honorable Eric Opokun, same. And Pintaku, same. Mr. Speaker, they prepared and they've been here since morning. We told them, oh, exercise restraint. We are going to do affirmative action. Now it's 1 o'clock, Mr. Speaker. Midday news time has passed. I beg you, Mr. Speaker. We must not retrogress. Parliament must up our game. We must make prime news in prime time by doing prime business. As for this affirmative action and the bills, even if it is 12 midnight later, you know we've been working like that. Yesterday, what are the big news? At least let's make news and let Ghanaians know what the document entails. Otherwise, if you know there's nothing inside, and therefore it's not necessary, we should not comment on it, so be it. But this is your most important document. If it is not worth commenting, say so. Then we'll pack it and do your bills for you. Speaker, I think one of the things we should all revert our minds to is when we take the House, unfortunately, it's just unfortunate when the decision was taken, you were not present. And that I'm not saying that as any disrespect to you. Probably you were engaged somewhere. But the whip will confirm. And Speaker, I won't draw you into this, but Speaker, you yourself, you will confirm that we had a prior agreement. There was a back and forth argument. These same arguments were advanced by the chief whip. But we concluded that we will allocate 2 hours to the bill. No, let's not go back. We have dealt with few clauses to the affirmative bill. Now we'll proceed to take that of the EPA. We'll take a few clauses, and then when the 1 hour is exhausted, who is afraid? Are you even part of your team? You are not even part of those who are debating. He's not even part of their first team. He's on bench. He's on the bench. Even I go. Speaker, shall we proceed and go on to page 36? We'll spend an hour, after which we'll come and start. It is not a debate. Honorable Eric, the greatest respect to you. It is not debate. So, Speaker, with your leave, we'll proceed to page 36 of today's order paper and take item 64. Item 64 on page 36. Oh, Deputy Leader, what is that? What do you want to do?
I want to speak.
We are guided by the leaders, by the rankings. The chairperson of the bill he's talking about has just interviewed that they are not even ready. Please. So let's focus on the debate at this point, please.
Proceed and take the item. The chairman is here. I've conferred with him. He is ready to take the business. Nobody is afraid. We'll do the bills.
Honorable, we took this decision.
Speaker, let's vote on what to do. We are the majority. Where are your members? Let's vote on what to do. We are the majority. We are saying that let's do this. Mr. Speaker, by the collective wisdom of the House, let's do the debate. We prepare, we are here because of the debate. We have done 1 hour of affirmative action. Let's do 1 hour of the debate and we may come back.
Honorable members, kindly indulge me in 5 minutes. I'm suspending the House for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, I hope you've now settled the matter.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we've agreed. We can go with the debate. Speaker, item page 36. Speaker,
Very
page
well.
36. Item And 64. Item 64.
Why they need time? Because they are still struggling to get the numbers of people to
If they agree on that,
Come again.
And so they are still struggling to make sure they can get the number of people who are ready to debate. And I can understand that. I can feel their pain. So in that regard, we'll give them 1 hour and then we can go back to it.
Very well. Honorable members, let me. Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, it is clear that my colleagues on the other side are prepared for the wrong cause. They keep insisting that they are ready for a debate. There's no debate. There's clearly no debate. You are prepared for the wrong battle. There's no debate. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, the two on the front bench, they were not here this morning when you made the ruling that you will spend 2 hours on the two bills, and thereafter, already we spent 15 minutes doing nothing. So the target was to get to 2 o'clock and then begin with the debate. I agree with the statement. Mr. Speaker, I agree with you that for relevance, maybe we should be starting with the comments on the statement presented to us. But that is not what the House has agreed on. The decision has already been taken. That is in the morning. So let's deal with it. We have just 1 hour to deal with this and get it behind us. And then we come to the statements.
Very well.
Speaker.
So, honorable members, come with me to page 36, item listed 64. Item listed 64.
It's okay.
Environmental Protection Bill 2023 at the consideration stage. Yes. Chairman of the committee, but before I come to you, I've seen another group of school, Akwabuso DA Basic School. Akwabuso DA Basic School. Yes. They are here being led by Joshua Donko, who is the head teacher, and the school is located at Upper Denchira West constituency. Upper Denchira West constituency. Upper Denchira West constituency. You have the member here? You don't have the member here. You may resume your seat. Yes, Chairman. Yes, Honorable Muntaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to caution the table office, because when you have carried amendments up to clause 40, then you come the next day, you come and see some additional amendment that have been proposed after what you have done. That's supposed to come on the second consideration. Yes, in respect of the Environmental Protection Bill, because you got to call 40, they're only to come and see on the other paper and reverse. It's out of the rules. The only way you have to do that is to come on the second consideration stage. Because it's some of these little things that we do that before you realize we turn the rules upside down. We have to adhere to the rules.
Yeah, my senior colleague is right. I think same reflected even in the affirmative, and the former leader drew my attention. So I hope they'll take this in good faith. But I must also commend the table office. They've been very effective over the years. But this is a very genuine observation. They should take it in good faith and make sure it doesn't reoccur.
Yes, Chairman, let's hear you.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
So you've done up to clause 12.
40.
Yes. Come on.
We were at clause 40, but after.
We were at.
We got to 40.
40.
Yes, we got to 40. But
during some considerations came up, and but we have the 12 advertised. So if we can.
So you want us to address those areas first before you continue?
Yes. So let's take the 12.
Okay. Very well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So
clause 12.
Yes.
Clause 12. Amendment proposed. Subclause 2, paragraph B. Add the following new paragraph. The director of legal, the director of the authority. I so move, Mr. Speaker. The director of oh no, I think there's something wrong. The director legal of the authority. Director legal.
Let the honorable here for.
Mr. Speaker, what the amendment is seeking to do is to add director legal of the authority. So instead of director of legal of the authority, we just make it director legal.
So what will the rendition be?
The rendition here is the director of legal of the authority. But we can simply say the director legal of the authority.
All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, let's take to sub-clause 4.
Stay with clause 12, Mr. Speaker. Amendment proposed, sub-clause 4, line 1. Delete of legal and insert responsible for chemicals management. And I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, honorable member for Swansea.
Yeah, it's always good for them to give us justification. Well, especially like I said, when you have passed the bill, then now you come back and say we should delete that. You should give us some reasons so that we can go along with you instead of just moving the amendment raw without.
Very well. So, honorable chairman, I think we should give us the rationale behind the new.
Mr. Speaker, because we are the heading is establishment of chemicals management coordinating committee, and hold on, I'm coming. Line 4. Line 1.
Yes, honorable Hiambo, can you assist him?
Yes, I'm just looking for.
As to the rationale for the new amendment.
Who's line 4?
Your microphone. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is an amendment to 12.4.
Yeah.
And the 12.4 reads, the director of legal at the authority is the secretary to the Chemical Management Coordinating Committee. Mr. Speaker, they do not want the secretary to the Chemical Management Coordinating Committee to be the director legal.
Yeah.
There is a position that is referred to as director responsible for chemical management. That is what is trying to occasion the amendment.
Yes, honorable member for Swansea.
Mr. Speaker, this is a worrying thing, as my colleagues and others will know. If somebody is responsible for chemical management, how could you assume that that person has a secretarial background or could manage a secretariatship? Because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, most of the legal persons are also persons that have been trained in managing secretarial issues. So if you go and say somebody responsible for chemical management should be the secretary to a committee, are you looking at the implications? Because if you want that person to be a member of the board, fine. But to say that that person should be in charge of the writing, the day-to-day, when the person is really in charge of chemical management. Because the person responsible for chemical management is a specialized area, Mr. Speaker. But as you may know, anytime we have the head of legal, that is secretary to a board, that person normally is trained to manage secretariatship issues. So to assume that if somebody is in charge of managing chemicals, could also manage secretariatship issues, you may be putting yourself in a difficulty. If the import is that you want someone managing the chemical to be part of the committee so that his inputs will be felt, that's fine.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, we are not talking about the board here. Clause 12 of the bill, the head note is establishment of chemical management coordinating committee. So that is the committee of which the person is going to be a secretary. And Mr. Speaker, in legislative drafting, you need to be guided by the practice at the industry as we speak. According to the sponsors of the bill, in the industry, the practice is that the director for chemical management is the secretary. So they do not want the legal person there. They want to go practice of making the director responsible for chemical management to act as a secretary to that particular committee, because it is a unique committee.
Well. The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, all those in favor that clause 12, as variously amended, stands part of the bill, say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it.
Yeah.
Clause 12, as variously amended, stands part of the bill.
40.
Now we turn to clause 40.
40, Mr. Speaker. Clause 40. Mr. Speaker, propose amendment. Paragraph B, line 1. Delete 25 and insert 15. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Helen Edrisu.
Chairman, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. First of all, Mr. Speaker, clause 40 is on sources of money for the National Environment Fund. And he wants to reduce what is in the bill, 40B, 25% to 15% of a plastic levy. Mr. Speaker, I don't have my copy of the plastic levy, so I want to be helped. In the plastic levy, what was provided for? In the plastic levy, which was passed, you refer to it as Act 891. So maybe table help me with a copy so that one can understand what 15% of that levy means, what 25% of that levy means. I support it in principle, but how much money you have will determine whether we should give you 5%, 10%, 15%, or 20%. This House should just not be granting these approvals. How much do we get? Their annual report comes here. How much do we get from plastic levy? If we know the quantum, then this House can say, keep 10, 5%. But Mr. Speaker, Chairman and promoter of the bill, in the whole of clause 40, I haven't even seen monies granted by Parliament. So if you say sources of money, I know it's an environment fund you want to create. So you won't want money approved by this Parliament. I'm just asking a question for the policy sponsor of the bill. I see grants and donations, 15% as you now want, 5% of an amount of money remaining to the credit of the authority. What English is that? Remaining to the credit of the authority after having made provision for the expenditure. We have to look at that. Then there's nothing said about appropriation from Parliament. Or I know. No, I know. If you are establishing a fund, you are establishing a fund. So this Parliament if you don't put it there, should never grant any money to this environmental fund. Approvals or grants from Parliament. I just raised it. Not the fund. Thank you. I'm corrected.
Chairman,
I think EPA has been weaned off government subvention. So I think that is the reason did not indicate it. Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Montaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried about we trying to use one bill to amend another bill, especially when the proposals of those bills are not there. You could be creating a lot of conflict unknowingly. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you see, you are talking about the Customs Act, which is from the Ministry of Finance. And you want to pick some portion of that money. The Minister of Finance is not here. And Mr. Speaker, we need to be careful when we use one bill to amend another. What does the custom bill provide for the environmental, protection agency? Has it specifically stated something for them? Why are they trying to encumber 15% of their money? All these things, they should have some justification, but you just don't use one bill to come to the floor and amend another act. And then during implementation, it becomes a problem. Because then the proposals of the Custom Act will be holding it that this is what Parliament has done. Behind their back or on their brand side, Parliament has also asked that the money that you are going to collect, portion of it will go to someone without him knowing. So it's like you are using one bill to amend another act. And it's not from the same ministry too. If it were the same ministry, you would have said that, oh, this has been thought through by that ministry. It's coming from different ministries. So I think that this is something that we need to interrogate properly before taking that amendment. Other than that, we'll be creating conflict by simply using this bill to amend the Customs Act.
I think the point that, Speaker.
Leader, you didn't catch my eye.
I didn't catch you, but I've got your eye now. I was simply stating
Leader, let me hear you.
The point that has been made is very important, but the sponsors of the bill can tell us it's possible that there were engagement with these stakeholders, and they came to this understanding that this is what was going to be done. So the sponsors of the bill should be able to tell us that this happened.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker, if you followed the discussion earlier, we had to drop this particular clause and ask them to go and consult. And after that, they came back with this rendition. And I think that some consultation has taken place so far as this arrangement is concerned.
Yes, Honorable Hiafo.
Thank you. This particular bill is introduced in the House, pursuant to a cabinet memo. Mr. Speaker, the initial proposal is 25% of the plastic levy payable under the Customs Act 2015 Act 891. Mr. Speaker, I believe strongly it is further consultation between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Environment that has led to a reduction from 25% to 15%. So the amendment being proposed is saying 15% instead of 25% based on that consultation. So I support the amendment.
Well, Honorable members, is the amendment the pressure of the House? I'll then put the question. Okay, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, not doubting what my colleagues are saying, but for the avoidance, it is good we cross-check this. At least our colleague from the Ministry of Finance, Abina, I saw her around. We could just cross-check this so that we avoid conflict.
Very well.
You can stand it down.
So let's step cross 40 down again.
It's very, very dangerous when you use it.
Let's step cross 40 down again. Chairman, move your amendment on 43.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 43. Amendment proposed.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Did you do 41, 42 the other time?
No. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we did.
You did 41?
41, 42. No amendment proposed, please.
No, I want to know so that if
Yes.
you didn't do it, then I'll put it.
No.
You didn't do 41?
No.
Then let's cross 41. You did up to 44. Oh, okay. The record says you did up to 44.
No.
Did you do up to 44? Okay. Then take the cross 43. Take the amendment on 43.
Yes, Speaker. Yes, Speaker. Clause 43. Amendment proposed. Opening phrase, line 1. Delete advice and insert recommendation. Insert recommendation. Mr. Speaker, I so move. 43.
Yes. There's a proposed amendment by the chairman. If it is the pressure, I'll move the question. All those in favor? All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, clause 43 again, paragraph U.
Add the following new paragraph. After paragraph U, establish a reclamation financial security scheme for the mining industry. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Oh, yes, Chairman. Honorable.
Reclamation.
Chairman, whenever you speak, you have to put off your mic so that.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment. It was established that the establishment of reclamation financial security scheme for the mining industry is very important.
Very well. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member for Aswasi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what do they mean when you say you are going to establish a reclamation financial security scheme? What will be the purpose? Because maybe this is the only place that you are mentioning it. What will it be for? That warrant that we should create, what do you call it, such a scheme.
Chairman, what is the rationale?
Mr. Speaker, if you look at 43, these are functions of the, the fund. And as part of a use of the fund is to establish a scheme where some monies may be put aside reclamation. And in fact, during the discussion, we envisage that the miners themselves may also contribute something towards it. Yes. So we are creating a fund that will. Sorry, it's.
Honorable Chairman, address me. Yes.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that the essence of that clause is to make sure that we have a fund. I mean, part of the fund. Part of the fund will be used for reclamation.
Very well.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, the clause 43 is one of delegated legislation in Article 11. I'm not for us coming through regulations to set up funds. It should be, this is a parent act we are passing. So why do you want to go behind a regulation to do a fund when fund has to do with commitment of 30 commitment of resources that's established by this act, the Environment Fund. So you want to come through a regulation to pursue what is in 13. Thank you. But Mr. Speaker, just one little observation, then I hold my cool. 43A, once we are there, with your leave and indulgence, Mr. Speaker, it reads, the minister may they now change it to recommendations of the board by legislative instrument make regulations for standards and codes of practice relating to the protection, development, and rehabilitation of the environment. Do you rehabilitate environment or you restore environment? Environment, Mr. Speaker. Those of them who stated science. Do you rehabilitate environment?
Rehabilitate what? Environment.
You rehabilitate environment.
Oh yes. Well, I mean, let the chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Let me come. Rehabilitation includes reclamation. Mr. Speaker. Yes. Rehabilitation includes restoration, reclamation, forestation, everything. Sorry? Mr. Speaker, when you are restoring,
he's trying to.
Mr. Speaker, when you are restoring an ecosystem, it includes reclamation of the land. Yes. Yes.
You a lawyer, you want to challenge the environmentalists.
At the end of the day, the product is a rehabilitated ecosystem. Yes. Yes.
Chairman,
yes,
let's.
Mr. Speaker, back to the substantive issue. Mr. Speaker, as you know, you cannot go regulating something that you have not stated in the Parent Act. So when you go and you are talking about, adding financial, reclamation financial security scheme in the regulation, when you have not created it, if you want, then, no, it's not there. If you want, go back to 39. When you are talking about the objective of the National Environmental Fund, to talk about when you receive those funds, what you are going to use it for, the objective. If you want, add it there first, before you can talk about stating it in the regulation, because you cannot go regulating something that you have not made provision for. So, Mr. Speaker, I think they have to do the proper thing. If truly they want to use, because my understanding is that when you have the National Environmental Fund, and you look at the objective, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, 39, it says the objective of the National Environmental Fund is to regulate environment in all its forms with the view to ensure. So all its forms will include this. But if you now want to come and state it in isolation, especially in the regulation side, that, in future you come with a regulation, then you better state it here in the main to say that there will be, reclamation financial security scheme. Then you cannot come and say that you do that with regulation. But you've not mentioned anywhere about this, reclamation financial security scheme, only to come and mention in regulation. You'll be creating confusion.
So, Honorable Montaka, if I get you right, you want it to be included in the Parent Act, not.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker, and to be precise, maybe around clause 39, they may add an additional where you already have the National Environmental Fund and the activities that is going to be carried, to say that in addition, they will make sure that there's reclamation financial security scheme. Then you can now mention it in the regulation for further elaboration.
Very well.
So, Mr. Speaker, if I get it right, what you mean is that it should rather come under objective of the Environment Fund. I mean, okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will plead that we stand that down for now, and then we'll do some.
If you stand it down,
Okay.
very well.
Okay.
So now let's turn to 44. 44.
Amendment proposed to the Speaker. Add the following interpretations. In fact, add the following interpretations. Premises includes a building, land, ship, an aircraft, a caravan, other than a building or a place used exclusively as dwelling house. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we discussed this in the past, and then we further went to discuss with the Ghana Civil Aviation as to whether when a civilian or a civil aircraft has an issue that borders on what you are trying to cure, whether the staff of Environmental Protection Agency can actually go onto an aircraft. It was quite clear that there's a portion of the Civil Aviation Act that we just did last week that says no, it is only people licensed by ACAO under a special convention, and we treated it. So I'm surprised you still couch this, because what we did previously was to say that yes, you can do this in collaboration with other state agencies, and I was happy for you to do that. But if you leave it this way, I mean, I'm not even sure whether it is okay to do this, because this is about going on an aircraft if there are hazardous items on an aircraft. And Environmental Protection Agency have no jurisdiction at the airport to go on to an aircraft. That is a purely a matter for civil aviation, because specially trained personnel carry out that. So I'm not sure why you are adding these premises in this. Maybe if you can further explain.
Thank you very much. If you look at handling of chemicals, anybody who handles chemicals under this law is supposed to be licensed by the EPA. So whatever, whichever means that product is brought into this country, the EPA must or will be working through a licensed person. And by extension, they have access. They are going to have access to whichever, whether it be an aircraft or a ship or whatever that is bringing the chemicals into our jurisdiction. Yes, serious.
You don't need Environmental Protection Agency staff to go onto an aircraft. Aircrafts are not like, when you say premises, it's not like a building that you can just go on. In fact, even ordinary people, if an aircraft lands, you cannot just decide that you have a problem with it. If you are talking about before chemicals are loaded onto an aircraft, or when they are discharged, you want to inspect, that is different. But you are talking about describing a premise, which means that today, how do you call it, Emirates lands a special chemical on board for something, inspected from the source. It gets to Kotoka. You are saying that Environmental Protection Agency staff can go onto the aircraft land. Is that what they do currently?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the point is that before you bring in anything into this country, you must seek permission from Ghana. And how do we ensure that what you said you were bringing is what you have brought into the system? If we don't have access to, that space. I hope you get me right.
Mr. Speaker, currently, EPA staff are not at Kotoka and actually go. They're there. No, hold on. I'm saying that they don't go onto the aircraft. They are at the cargo section to inspect. That is right, but you are saying premises include aircraft, and I'm saying that no EPA staff get onto the aircraft itself. That is not what happens.
But I think they can through the
No, I'm saying that civilian aircraft handling is governed by a law internationally, by ICAO. Everybody who steps onto an aircraft is licensed completely differently. And we discussed this, and the EPA, Civil Aviation told you that your staff, their staff can be licensed by this, but not to do, anyway, Mr. Speaker, I would advise that the chairman step this one also down, step this particular one also down, this particular clause down, and then flag it, and then clear it up with the two ministers should collaborate and see that the rendition, because we just passed the Civil Aviation Act and settle that matter. If you bring it back, it's as if the conflict will be a conflict.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of whether the EPA staff can get into the aircraft, they may not be able to get in, but under some circumstances they can. Under some circumstances, if there's a reason why they... Yes, I agree, but I'm saying that if there's some circumstance, in fact, under some instances, they would have to even get the clearance of the national security to be able to do some of the things. Because what we have at the ports, the agencies that are working at the ports, we have similar agencies that are working at the airports and border entry places. So they can, depending on the circumstances. So I agree with the chief whip when he says that we should stand down that so that further consultation can be done on the matter.
Very well, thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Mundaka.
Mr. Speaker, that's why I wanted to find out what is the current practice. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's not like Parliament here. We are supposed to be an arm of government. But if there's something happening in this chamber, I don't think if anybody is coming in, they'll just come and walk in here. They will do that through the Mr. Speaker's permission. So if there's an error and there's a need for something to be done, it will surely have to be done through civil aviation. I don't think they'll just come and say that we are environmental protection, so please, we want to see what is in this without the notice to civil aviation. And if you look at this one, it's even talking about definition. It's talking about defining the, the area of operations. To say that when they mean premises where they have to inspect, it includes building, it includes land, ship. I don't think under any of these circumstances, they will go so moto as EPA that they have arrived to come and do. They will surely do that through the relevant state agency that's supposed to do that. So I don't think we need to split head on this. But maybe that's the other sad thing, that the ministers are not here. Because if they were here, they would have given us the, what pertains currently. That would have helped guided all of us in what we want to do. But I believe that the issue about Environmental Protection Agency access to almost every corner of our country, especially when it comes to their operation, is so relevant that we cannot exclude an area and say that for this area is a no-go area for environmental protection. But believe me, if they have to go to Burma camp, they have to do that through the Defense Ministry. If they have to go to the IGP's place, they have to do that through the Interior Ministry. If they have to do that through Parliament, they have to do that through Speaker of Parliament and all that. But they have to state that these are premises that they can inspect.
I just got the specific Annex 18 of the Chicago Convention. Categorically says only in our jurisdiction, only civil aviation licensed inspectors can go onto an aircraft to inspect dangerous goods. I'm saying that it is the description of premise to include an aircraft. No, but what else would
Honorable, I think nobody is challenging your argument. But like what Honorable Mutala said, if there is a current need for other experts to get into the aircraft, obviously there's going to be a permission for the person to do that. So So, no, Honorable Leader, let him give the opportunity to. Yes.
The aircrafts are not inspected only by civil aviation. There are times that even security agencies mount the aircraft and inspect. So this business of making it look as if it's exclusive for civil aviation is neither here nor there. So the EPA, if we give them the mandate to do their work, should be allowed to go through it. Naturally, if they have to establish some protocol, even through the Ghana Airport Company, it can be done. So they should be allowed to do their work. Because currently, as we speak, people go into the aircraft to spray them with some chemicals. They don't work for Civil Aviation Authority. They don't. So the aircraft cannot be excluded from the work of the EPA.
Mr. Speaker, I was looking for where the word premises has been used in the bill. Where premises has been used in the bill. We want to define premises. Where is this used in the bill? Where is premises used in the bill? Let's get that first. Where is it used in the bill? I don't want to talk in general terms. Mr. Speaker, whilst it's at it, what are the objects of the authority? We seem to be limiting it to the issue of toxic chemicals. No, it's only that. Mr. Speaker, 3H on the objects of the authority reads, issue notices in the form of orders, directives, procedures, or warnings to a person for the purpose of controlling waste, discharges, emissions, deposits, noise, or any other source of pollutants and of substances which are hazardous or potentially dangerous to the quality of the environment or a segment of the environment. Mr. Speaker, how did it ultimately arise that the airplane Concorde came to be grounded? How did it come to be grounded? It was at the instance of environmentalists that the noise level was too much and that it was even causing some fissures, some cracks in some structures. It started with the environmental authority in the US. So it is not just for the purpose of chemicals. Of course, they need to collaborate with some other agencies. But it is not to say that they don't matter in these issues. And that's why I was asking where that terminology has been used in the bill. Mr. Speaker, for this, if you look at F, 3(1)F, the authority ensures the establishment and operationalization of polluter pays principles. You remember that with Concorde, then they went to court and said the pollution that they had caused to the environment, the smoke, and some people came forward that they had been rendered dead. Those of them, those houses in line before the landing of the flights, they came up. That is where the polluter pays principle came up. Who says that the environmental authorities are not involved? So, Mr. Speaker, it's a complex thing that we are dealing with. It's not just talking about toxicity of chemicals. So we should be careful.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I entirely agree with the points made by the former majority leader. My only worry is that if we allow it to be open, that they can enter into any flight to inspect, it could be abused. but it could be abused. Maybe perhaps we could stand down that so that we have further discussions. Because the flip side of it is that it can also affect international trade facilitation. And it was this parliament that passed the law. I'm coming. Trade is not just about dealing with goods and services. Even the movement of those who deal in such also matter. So I think that we need to look at it in that perspective. So I would suggest that we stand down that, we have further discussion, but it shouldn't be limited to just only certain state agencies. That the EPA getting involved at any point in time, they can do that. But if you allow it open, it could also be abused. Because that would mean that they can decide to mount on any aircraft at any point in time. There should be some conditions under which they can do that.
Mr. Speaker, I think I agree with my colleague who just spoke. All we are saying is that the two ministers minister responsible for aviation and environment should work together for this. I agree with what our senior colleague said. Yes, Concorde issues were more of sonic boom initially than even the structure of the aircraft itself. Eventually, one of them crashed, which caused it. So it was complex. But when you get to an airport, until you leave the gate to the tarmac, you are on land side. Everybody can go there. But once you cross the threshold to airside, there's restriction as to who actually crosses to airside. Airside is where the aircraft are actually parked. I'm only saying that the way you couch this should be such that EPA staff don't just move from the office and say we suspect there's something on an aircraft and walk to airside, because it is a danger to everybody. Exactly, that's all we are saying. So the couching of that particular thing should be such that it takes care of all this dynamics. That's all we are saying.
So is it the pressure of the House to step it down?
Let me make my last comment. Mr. Speaker, certainly, as Honorable Mutaka said, if Parliament decides to reconfigure this chamber, the contractor will not just walk into this space and start working. All those who, and anything, be it a chemical or whatever, you are importing into the system, there are records. And anything that will require the EPA to enter or at any space, any premises, comes with some leads, some information, some of them formal, some of them informal. Sometimes it can be a complaint for them to go and find out what is there. And they will not go there without recourse to civil aviation or the authority over there. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is not an issue at all. It is not.
Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with the interpretation section of the bill, which provides for definitions of words used in the bill. Definition of words used in the bill. And for this purpose, words include technical words as conceived in the ICAO Convention. The chairman's proposed amendment is to add the definition of a new clause, premises. Premises include a building, land, ship, an aircraft, a caravan, other than a building or place used exclusively as a dwelling house. And this house is saying that, why are you adding aircraft to premises? That's the explanation we want from you. Is an aircraft a premises? For purpose of aviation. So if you can quote any ICAO convention where premises is defined to include aircraft, you help this house to take a decision on this clause. Then we define it. So technically, can you include aircraft in the definition of premises? We are going beyond the normal definition of premises, but premises as a technical word within the aviation industry. That is what the chairman and the promoter should be telling us. But since we are spending too much time on the definition of a word, its interpretation. Where did you use premises in the bill? Where? Show us in the bill. Then we will know the context in which you are defining premises.
Mr. Speaker, as we do that, like you rightly said, earlier I argued that the use of the reclamation financial security scheme was not used in the main bill, and therefore they should do that, and that calls for the standing it down. So apparently it's been used. The Speaker. The Speaker, apparently it's been used in clause 3 when it came to the function. So I think that it is appropriate to take the 43. Now that it's been used, I've seen where it's been. When you go to the function of the authority, you go to the U. When you go to U, it is stated there, establish a reclamation financial security scheme for the extractive industry. So what I want to plead with the drivers of the bill, you have to be very conversant with what you are doing, because for those of us who are assisting, usually we want to get this clarity. But now, Mr. Speaker, we find it. Since we find it, I think we can take the clause 43 amendment, which is on page 37, item V, instead of standing it down. We cannot take it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So what is the mood of the House? To step it down? Yes, Bernard.
Speaker, what Honorable Muntaka is saying is that clause 43, item number V, have been stood down. And Mr. Speaker, if we look at the functions of the authority, as in clause 3, U at page 12 of the bill, it reads, establish reclamation financial security scheme for the extractive industry. So that is exactly what will be regulated by the provision in 43, regulation clause 43 of the bill. So once it is in the parent act that the authority is to establish the reclamation financial security scheme, then it can be regulated as one of the activities. So there is no need deferring this, but to carry the amendment out. It is already in the parent act, clause 3U, a regulation to establish it.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think that is what makes this regulation all the more wrong. Because, as has been pointed out to us now, the authority has the function. It is authority that has the function to establish a reclamation financial security scheme for the mining industry. Now you are saying that the minister may, by a regulation, establish that. That is what 43 provides. 43 provides the minister may, on the recommendation of the board, by legislative instrument, make regulations for, and then you say, establish a reclamation financial scheme. That makes it wrong. We're not talking about regulating the operations or whatever. But you are saying that the regulation now should establish. And that is what makes it all the more wrong.
What you can do is to tidy up the language in the B, 43B, to read, the minister may, on the recommendation of the board by legislative instrument, make regulation for the establishment of a reclamation financial security scheme for the mining industry. Yes. For the establishment. Meanwhile, we cannot use the word regulating the established this thing. So we can just simply say, make regulation for a reclamation financial security scheme for the mining industry. Yes, okay. For management of a reclamation financial, yes. So because for is in the opening phrase, then we can say management or effective and efficient management of a reclamation financial security scheme for the mining industry. So, Mr. Speaker, I so propose.
Yes, leader.
Yes, Speaker, that is how it should be. But you can't, by the regulation, establish it again. So we are really looking at the effective and efficient management of that scheme that the authority ought to have established.
So now I'll put the question. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. My time is up. So we bring consideration to a close. Suspended. Yes. Can I suspend the House for 1 hour?
30 minutes.
For
30 minutes.
well, 3 p.m. We are reconvening by 3 p.m. Is that right?
Mr. Speaker, that's fine.
Thank you. The House is accordingly suspended.
Yes, honorable members, I'm told that you want to take the motion on the media review now. Is that the case?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that was the agreement we have with our colleagues from the other side.
Mr. Speaker, we were actually told initially that you directed that we should do 2 bills before taking the comments on the media review. That's what we were told. So we needed to just comply with that and then do this one later. So it wasn't a decision we took. To clarify, it wasn't a decision we took. But this is where we are, Mr. Speaker.
So have you taken the 2 bills, affirmative action and the Ghana shippers?
Mr. Speaker, those 2 bills, not the shippers.
Mr. Speaker, we started with the affirmative action bill and we pause and continue with the EPA, but we have not taken anything on the Ghana Shippers Authority.
Honorable members, the way we are going, we may have to sit on Saturday. We may have to sit on Saturday because there's some business that we have to finish before we go on recess. If you want us to take the motion on the media review, I can give you 1 hour today, and then we'll move on another business. Then you can continue tomorrow, another 1 hour, every day until the numbers are all taken. What some of these bills are critical for some structures to be put in place to secure our sub-region. We still have this boundary commission bill, which you all know what is happening in the sub-region and the weak legal regime for the commissions to operate. So they brought a bill which has been referred to the committee. The committee submitted report and it's left with the consideration. I'm told both sides were there. They did the winnowing, and at least with about 3 hours focus, we could finish it. That is the brief I received. It's a bill that we have to pass in addition to the affirmative action gender equality bill, the Ghana Shippers Council bill, and then also the EPA that you added. And so we may sit on Saturday. Well, if not, then we'll sit late hours today and tomorrow. Yes, please.
Madam Speaker, frankly, we are challenged on Saturday. A lot of us will be traveling to Tamale. And so I think that your second option of extending the hours is possible. But for the Saturday sitting will be really a challenge for so many people and some of our colleagues.
I understand. You draw my attention. So Saturday is no-go area. Do today. Yes, so we'll start with the, former majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate the point raised by the Deputy Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that in this House, when bills are being crafted, how many people are involved? You will not get a maximum of 10 people actively involved in shaping the bill on both sides. So, yes.
Majority leader, the issue is he raised is one of survival. I understand it. That's why I just accepted it. It's one of survival for the whole of this side of the House. And so we can't sit on Saturday with only my right hand side. That's why he raised it.
Mr. Speaker, in this republic, when matters bordering on national security come to be considered, your certificate is enough to indicate that this is a matter bordering on national security. So who says that if you plead on behalf of a couple of members, and I know from the other side, you're not going to have more than 4 or 5 members, those of them who were involved. And you mentioned the Boundaries Commission bill. I think when we started, it was the Honorable Dr. Rashid Pepu, James Agaga, later joined by the Honorable Ben Ahiafu. And I guess, is it Roxanne who was also involved? I wasn't there. But just about 4 from the other side. Mr. Speaker, if you put in a plea for them that they are required to be in the House on account of this, in the very, very unlikely events that the NDC wins and they are penciled down for ministerial appointment, they will not be given ministerial appointment. Mr. Speaker, this is not to elicit a response from the chief whip for the minority, who wants to respond to every minute thing in this House. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
I wanted to go on, and then you people are going on the same time that we want to create. Is what we are using.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I just want to remind him that, yes, even in the most advanced democracies, normally when they are crafting bills, we don't see too many people. But, Mr. Speaker, the conditions in those parliaments are different from this one. The reasons everybody doesn't need to be there are known. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that maybe leadership will need to, by the time we close, do some talking together so that we can see which way we can do this. Mr. Speaker, on our part, the only problem is that when we agree that we are only coming to do something, then before you realize, issues which were not agreed upon, some people want to take advantage of, I wouldn't use the word smuggle, take advantage to bring those things in, looking at the numbers. So, Mr. Speaker, once we can agree on what we want to do, we can actually go ahead. I'm not sure every single member of our side needed to be at Tamale at the same time. But then, we need to know how fashion this out so that those who need to go can actually go and come back. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe by the time we close, we can come up with a position that meets your conditions.
Honorable members, let's take the motion on the media review. We'll take, I have a long list here, but we'll take about 5 from each side of the House, and then we'll move to other business. It's motion number Honorable members, is at page 9 of the order paper, item 8, statement, media review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2024 financial year. I have 2 lists, each from each side of the House, and from the indication, the ranking member on finance will start from my left, that is Honorable Isaac Adungo. I don't know what minutes you agreed on, but from our standing orders, it's 5 minutes. Please, you may go on.
The practice used to be that the statement is from government, and normally they make the first comment. But I can see for some time now, they want to respond to us. You should be responding, we should be responding to you. So, Mr. Speaker, no, you should make your comment. Then we respond to you. You are in government, but this idea that you are responding to us, it's a bit weird. I'm not saying it's a debate. Even if it's a comment, we should be responding to what you are saying, because you are in government.
Start the statement.
Start the
Honourable
statement.
members, please. I have the standing orders with me, and I'll regulate the timing. Don't worry. The standing order is very clear. It's 91-4. So I'm looking at it. Please, ranking member. Majority Leader.
Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I agree to your indication of timing in view of the provisions in Order 91-4. However, for the purpose of certainty and clarity, I pray that you make known to the House what your pleasure is in respect of Order 91-4. Of course, Mr. Speaker, exceptionality rule is embedded in the provision. So if you intend to make it 7 minutes, 9 minutes, 6 minutes, or minutes, I humbly pray that this be made known so that members may be guided. Mr. Speaker, that is all about my prayer. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, having prayed you for certainty in respect of the time, I would want to go a step further by requesting that if it pleases you, may you add 1 more minute to the 5 minutes as provided for, so that it makes it 6 minutes. This will allow as many members as possible to participate in the comment, so that we will make robust comments. Mr. Speaker, so that we can make robust comments. That is all I want to say.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that we let you know that, even though these are statements, I thought we had agreed. Yes, you were not here with the chief whip, that the rankings on finance, and this is a proposal to you, and we agree that you have the authority to change the time. The rankings on finance will have 20 minutes, and then we'll allow each individual member to have 10 minutes. So that's the proposal. I know the majority leader was not here, but I'm bringing it up because it's something. Let's put that before the speaker. So, Honourable Speaker, that is a proposal, but we are in your hands.
I was very clear. I said we'll use 1 hour on this item. So if you want 6, then we'll reduce the numbers. But it is not everybody that will be using 6. Some may even use less than 5. Then we can top it up with those who need more time. And I think that I told you earlier on, if we identify issues that you have to debate, we have to look at that and debate that. But it's a statement by our standing orders that should only be commented on. But as we go along, if there are some issues that are debatable, we will take notice of that and debate. Please, ranking member, you may start now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 days ago, the Finance Minister presented to us the media review and came by a statement. Mr. Speaker, a lot of statements were made during the presentation that are factually inaccurate. First of all, we need to agree on the fact that in 2019, even before COVID-19, the government of the day had already plunged this country into serious fiscal quagmire. Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that this government has never successfully implemented an ECF program from the IMF. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, April, the government of Ghana wrote to the IMF requesting the IMF to allow them to exit from the program that they inherited because they could not meet the performance criteria. At the time, Mr. Speaker, they had missed the criteria on the wage bill, they had missed the criteria on the net international reserves, and as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, they had missed the criteria on the central bank being barred from providing and printing money for government. And yet they went pleading with the IMF that after having added 1 more year, they were simply not going to be able to meet the criteria, and so they should be allowed to go home. So it never happened that this government succeeded in running that IMF program, but they ran away from the program after 4 years. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, it is becoming very clear that we are heading toward the same trajectory. We are only 2 years into the IMF program, and already about 6 of the performance criteria have been missed. Mr. Speaker, as at the end of the year, or at the middle this mid-year, the government had already spent 4.5 billion Ghana cedis on accumulation of arrears. They had accumulated additional arrears, even though the IMF program says that throughout the program period, government should not accumulate any arrears. Mr. Speaker, the government also defaulted and missed one of its key performance criteria, which is that they have to design and begin the implementation of a credible, comprehensive, and cost-effective plan to address the solvency problem of the IMF. As we speak, there is no such plan after almost 2 years of implementing the program. Mr. Speaker, they were supposed to have cabinet-approved proposals for amendment to the Bank of Ghana Act. As at May, no such amendment has been presented to the Cabinet of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we were expected to record changes in our net international reserves. Mr. Speaker, we missed it in March, we missed it in June, and we are looking at September 2024. Mr. Speaker, again, we were supposed to observe certain criteria that were supposed to lead to us spending a certain minimum amount of money on social spending. And I heard my colleague talk a lot about social spending. Mr. Speaker, again, we have missed the expenditure on social spending. So clearly, they are heading towards the same situation we were in 2019 when they failed to implement the program and ran away from the program. But Mr. Speaker, in 2019, this government has been at pains to explain that it is because of COVID-19, that is why we're in this situation that we find ourselves. But the Bank of Ghana issued a statement indicating that as at the time that we exited the program in May 2019, the government of Ghana 5 months later was struggling with major concerns within the fiscal environment. The Bank of Ghana, in the monetary policy statement of September 2019, made it very clear that the governor was very concerned with our fiscal situation and that we are likely to end the year in 2019 with huge fiscal deficit. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not true that the problems are attributable to COVID-19. And again, when the Minister of Finance appeared before this House, when we looked at the matters that affected us during the approval of the COVID-19, the central bank agreed that we approved only 10 billion Ghana cedis from the bonds that were supposed to issue from the Bank of Ghana. In the end, they raided the Bank of Ghana and took 80 billion Ghana cedis. When the audited accounts of Bank of Ghana were released in 2022, in the midst of all the hue and cry, the governor of the central bank issued a statement to clarify why we were in that mess. And in that statement, I have it in my hand. Nowhere did the governor mention COVID-19 or Russia-Ukraine war as the basis for where we were. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to refer to the statement. Mr. Speaker, the governor indicated that the exceptional support that we received as a result of COVID-19 were not aligned to expenditures, and that when we approved the budget in 2022, that budget itself was highly expansionary. In other words, we had engaged in spending a lot of money that we didn't have, to the extent that the budget expansion was almost 23% more than was expected. As a result, our economy went into an overdrive. As a result, investors lost confidence in our economy, and as a result of that, the international capital market was closed to us because they did not trust the numbers that we produced. This is the statement from the governor of the central bank. And so for anybody to assume that our challenges were attributable to COVID-19, the governor in his statement said that it was because of fiscal expansion and that we were reckless in our fiscal, which was the reason why we had the problems we had. But Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that when the Minister for Finance appeared before us to deliver the statement regarding the media review, he did not provide any hope to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, there wasn't even a single measure that could help alleviate the suffering. By the time the minister left, the fact still remained that the dollar was exchanging at almost 16 cedis to the cedi. By the time he left, it was obvious that we were buying diesel at 15 cedis to the liter. By the time the minister left, the reality remained that they mismanaged this economy to register a depreciation in the cedi of about 54% in 2022. The fact still remains that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in 2016 ran this economy without picking even 1 penny of printed money from the central bank. Mr. Speaker, by November 2018, the government had already derailed the program of the IMF and was beginning to print money even way back in 2018. Mr. Speaker, this was against the memorandum of understanding that was signed between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana. So clearly, the printing of money has been their stock of trade all this while. Mr. Speaker, when they appeared before us, they tried to create the impression that they had something new to offer. Mr. Speaker, I did not see anything new. It is the reason that even in the period that we find ourselves, where a lot of our youth are unemployed, you begin to see a government in power actually preying on the vulnerability of our unemployed youth. You move unemployment from 8% to 14%, and all you can tell the unemployed youth who are looking up to you to tell them how you create a job for them, to tell them how they will get the next meal. What you tell them is that you will give them mobile phones so that every month they will pay 1 cedi, 2 cedi. How does that create a solution to the unemployment situation? This is a visionless government that they intentionally created this unemployment so they could pay them for election purposes. Otherwise, why will you look the unemployed in the face and you are not telling them how you are getting them a job, but you are telling them you want to saddle them with a mobile phone so that they pay 1 cedi, 2 cedi every month? Mr. Speaker, the youth, the kind of phones that the youth of today, the Gen Zs use, Mr. Speaker, is the iPhone 14 and iPhone 16. One of it is about 20,000 cedis. By the time they finish paying 1 cedi and 2 cedi, I'm not sure we'll find even Dr. Baumier's bones in his grave. Is that how you are going to run this economy? Quite clearly, this is a clueless group of people. No wonder when they tell you that they will build 32-seater toilet at Abobloshi, you should know that the next morning they are coming to evict you from Abobloshi so that they don't have to build those toilets. When they come to tell you that they are going to build the Kwalugu multi-purpose dam, you should remember that they are only looking for avenue to steal that money. And the Auditor General has already explained to us that over $11 million, over $11.9 million, almost 12 million, has been spent on Kwalugu, and when you go there, there is not even a stone that has been dumped there. Mr. Speaker, how do we go about spending monies for work no done?
Honorable Member, your time is up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, we now take up Honorable Abina Osei Asare.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate. To contribute to the statement on the 2024 mid-year review by my Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the statement sought to update citizens on the macroeconomic and fiscal performance of the year 2023. It sought to also update the House and citizens of the implementation of the 2024 budget from January to June. It also sought to update members on the progress of the IMF PCPEG supported program and also the debt restructuring, and also sought to update members and the House as well as citizens on the progress we have made and how we want to ride on the back of that progress to improve upon the economy. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the year 2023, GDP growth rate went beyond the target. The revised target was around 2.3%, and we ended up doing 2.9%. Mr. Speaker, interest rates softened, and we were able to also stabilize the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, come 2024, the first quarter of 2024, growth is hovering around 4.7%, and this is way higher than what we saw in 2023, same year, which is around 3.1%. Mr. Speaker, the most exciting thing about this growth rate is the fact that it is industry that is driving this growth rate. Industry went up by 6.8%, followed by agri of 4.1%, and services 3.1%. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly tells you that the economy is on the path of recovery, and we are happy with the policies that we have put in place to make sure the economy gets back on track. Mr. Speaker, we all know inflation. We saw inflation going up to 54.1% in December 2022. Currently, as we speak, in June, inflation has fallen to 22.8%. And this is due to the policies that we have put in place, as well as Bank of Ghana's monetary policy. Mr. Speaker, the exchange rate is also being moderated, and we are hoping to bring it down to levels that works for all of us. When you look at our gross international reserves, Mr. Speaker, that is also improving. Compared to 2023, it was around 2.5 months of imports. But as we speak, it is 3.1 months of imports at the end of June. And the trade balances and all our external balances are all trending in the positive. So clearly it tells you that we are making some recoveries, and we hope to continue with that. Mr. Speaker, there's one important thing that we fail to recognize every time. It is the structural reforms that we have put in place to get to where we are. Prior to 2017, we never had reports on the audit reports, audit committee reports, the mid-year review, and all the other things. But since 2017, this government has been subjected to many reports which we had to bring to Parliament, and clearly tells you that we have promoted transparency and accountability under this government. An update on the IMF program, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, let me put it on record that we never derailed the IMF program prior to 2022. We were on track, and we completed fully the IMF program prior to 2020, Mr. Speaker. And again, currently, the IMF program that we are currently on, clearly everything points to the fact that we are on track. We just received our third tranche of $360 million, bringing the total disbursement to $1.56 billion. Mr. Speaker, we went through a successful review somewhere in April, and then on June 28th, the approval came for the third tranche to be released. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to a very successful review again come end of September and October. My friends on the other side don't know what they are talking about, but I am talking to the data. I'm not talking to their feelings, but to the data that I have in front of me, and it's consistent with what I'm saying. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are on track. We have not derailed with the IMF program. unlike our friends who we saw derail the IMF program that cost so much to the nation way back in 2016. That is not what we are doing. We are bent on we are bent on staying within the limits that have been approved for us, and we are bent on agreeing and living within the targets that we have set for ourselves under the IMF program. Mr. Speaker, my minister also gave an update on the debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, we have completed the domestic and we have also completed the bilateral loan debt restructuring. That was around $5.1 billion US, and that saw us being given some debt relief to the tune of $2.8 billion from 2023 to 2026. We've also reached an agreement with our external bondholders, and that also saw the tune was 13.1 billion Ghana cedis, and we saw a debt stock relief of 4.7 billion, as well as a debt savings of 4.4 billion from 2023 to 2026. Mr. Speaker, this success is not just for the government of Ghana, but all Ghanaians. We have made significant savings and received reliefs to the tune of more than 8 billion Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, we did this by openly addressing our needs. We did this by openly addressing our challenges and being truthful to the world. And this has resulted in us getting relief to the tune of about a little over 8.5 billion US. Again, Mr. Speaker, my minister updated the House, telling the House that the IPPs, or the independent power producers, which was an albatross or the annex, we have been able to reach an agreement with 5 out of the 7 of these IPPs to restructure legacy arrears due to the way their power purchase agreements were structured initially by my friends on the other side when they were in government. Mr. Speaker, this will provide some certainty and give us some fiscal space over the life of the PPAs, and as well as guarantee a reliable supply of power to the nation. Mr. Speaker, year on year, total revenue and grants grew by 24.1%. We saw total revenue climbing to 4 billion Ghana cedis, and we also exceeded non-oil tax revenue by 2.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, in an election year, we have been able to spend within our limits. We budgeted 104.8 billion to be spent from January to June in 2024, but we have spent 101 billion. Below, we have made some savings below 2.9% savings below what was actually budgeted for. We are bent on living within our means. We are bent on making sure that we don't go over and above what has been proposed for us. Mr. Speaker, with all this good and fine and progress that we are making, we came to this House not to ask for a supplementary budget, but rather to reduce the appropriation that you gave to us from 259.1 billion Ghana cedis to 237.4 billion Ghana cedis. Clearly, we have reflected the gains we have made in the debt restructuring in the appropriation, Mr. Speaker. And this is the first time a government of this nature has been able to do that. Again, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that with a mindset of possibilities, we are going to make sure we stay on course on the implementation of the IMF program. We are going to make sure we stay on course on the expenditures approved for us. Mr. Speaker, we are going to make sure we stay on course in optimizing the mobilization of domestic revenue. We are going to make sure we stay on course to implement a growth strategy that is anchored on supporting SMEs. Mr. Speaker, we are going to make sure we stay on course in disbursing 1.5 billion Ghana cedis to claimants of the defunct asset management companies on humanitarian grounds. Mr. Speaker, let me state it again, on humanitarian grounds. And lastly, we are also going to pursue an inclusive approach to economic management, where everybody matter on this table. So, Mr. Speaker, means that we have performed well, we have made progress, and that seems to confound a lot of people. But, Mr. Speaker, I must say that we did this together. This progress is for everybody. It's for all businesses. It's for the people of Etiwa East and the nation at large. Mr. Speaker, our future as a nation is brighter with the MPP government. Let us protect this future for the sake of our people. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made on the floor.
It's the turn of Honorable Eric Opoku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a short statement on a short comment on the statement made by the Minister. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 152 of the Media Fiscal Policy Review presented before this House by the Minister indicated to this House that the total debt stock of our nation is now 742 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, from 6 March 1957 to 7 January 2017, Ghana was 60 years old, and our total debt was 120 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, within the last 7 years, this government has increased our debt stock by a whopping 622 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that Nana-Addo Bawumia government has created 84% of our total debt stock. And all the presidents, from Dr. Kwame Nkrumah to John Dramani Mahama, in 60 years, created 16% of our debt. Mr. Speaker, the uncontrollable borrowing of this government pushed Ghana into a morass. Ghana became over-leveraged. We were unable to pay our debts, unable to even pay statutory funds. And Mr. Speaker, we had no option than to go to IMF again. After declaring to this nation that they are not short-sighted people and they will never go to IMF. Are you short-sighted people here? Where are the resources? Today you are there. And Mr. Speaker, the worst of all is that IMF gave us a condition. Before you give you the resources, go and postpone payment of your debt restructuring. So as we speak, the minister has reported to this House that Ghana has postponed payment of about $30 billion US, including debt from the cocoa sector, to future dates. So they have created debt as inheritance for the upcoming generations. For Ghanaians born unborn. Mr. Speaker, during the time of NDC, we saved money for Ghanaian children. We created the Heritage Fund and saved 9% of oil receipts in that account. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, PIAC has reported that in the Heritage Fund, we have over $1 billion. That is the wealth NDC under John Mahama created for this nation. You have created debt for the upcoming generation. Mr. Speaker, the worst of all is this. They talk about $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, food inflation. As we speak, the World Bank has issued a report. And Ghana is listed 6th among 10 countries with the highest food inflation in Africa. Mr. Speaker, there is a relationship between food prices and poverty. And according to World Bank, that relationship is positive. So whenever food prices are going up, the number of people in poverty level, the poverty zone increases. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's food inflation, we recorded the highest food inflation in January 2023, highest in the history of our country, and the lowest ever was recorded in July 2014 under John Mahama. This is per Ghana Statistical Service. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, food inflation is hovering around 23-24%. So you are making more Ghanaians poorer and poorer and poorer because people are unable to buy food. Mr. Speaker, there's also a relationship between food prices and infant mortality. They say that per every 1% increase in food prices, child mortality increases by 0.3%. So you see what you have done. You have reduced the quality of life for people of this country. Even food. After making Ghanaians pay a whopping 2.9 billion Ghana cedis for a program you call Planting for Food and Jobs, intended to make food available and affordable, food prices are rising. And you are unable to answer all these questions. Mr. Speaker, what is happening? The worst of all is that now we are under IMF facility.
IMF we did the debt restructuring to have fiscal space to be able to grow our economy so that when we get to where we have postponed our debt, we can pay. Mr. Speaker, we have taken 1.6 billion from the 3 billion IMF facility. What have you used that money for?
What is it? What is it?
Where have you invested that money? Where is the money?
What is the
$1.6 billion.
What is the money?
And still we are struggling. Mr. Speaker, you go to paragraph 292. Paragraph 292.
Wisdom.
And the minister talks about the importation of juice sacks. He says that Cocoa Board spends $40 million annually to import juice sacks. And this is net breaking. It is affecting the activities. And therefore, they want to incentivize producers of juice sacks in the country so we can produce it here. Mr. Speaker, under the NDC, under John Dramani Mahama, a memorandum of understanding was signed with some Indian investors to build one of the biggest jute factories in the whole of Africa, in Ghana here, at Adelso, in Eastern region. Mr. Speaker, when we handed over, and then they assumed office, they sent a delegation to the Indian investors. At the expense of the investors, they renewed the memorandum of understanding, but they have abandoned the project. A project with the capacity to produce 600,000 quality juice sacks monthly. The first phase had the capacity to employ 2,000 people. They have abandoned it for 7.5 years. Oh. And now you are lamenting over importation of juice sacks. Now who calls them? Mr. Speaker, again, in paragraph 102, they are talking about declining growth in the cocoa sector. Mr. Speaker, they are saying that in the first half of this year, the cocoa subsector has declined by 20.2%. Mr. Speaker, this is too huge. But surprisingly, at a time that cocoa production is declining, administrative expenditure is ballooning. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, cocoa production peaked at 1,047,000 metric tons. And then administrative expenses was 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. In 2022, cocoa production declined by 34% to 683,000. But Mr. Speaker, administrative expenditure increased to 2.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, 2023, cocoa production declined further to 654,000. 654,000 cocoa production. Administrative expenditure increased again to 3.4 billion Ghana cedis. So they are spending the monies in their offices, neglecting production, neglecting all the cocoa production. Mr. Speaker, so the reason why cocoa production is declining is because of the fact that they are spending all the resources in their houses. Mr. Speaker, I want to read exactly what the Auditor General has provided. Report of the Auditor General, 2023. There's a paragraph 1400, and it reads, administrative expenses increased by 28.8% to 3.4 billion in 2023 from 2.6 billion in 2022. And this was largely attributed to an increase in expenses for head office and divisions operations. There's a head office expenditure. Do you grow cocoa at the head office? There's another important point.
Your time is up. Your time is
Last one, let me wind up.
Wind up.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to wind up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Your time is up. Now, we will listen to Honorable Yao Buama. Honorable Yao Buama. No, please, we have to move. We have to move. The nature of business is such that no interruption. No interruption. No interruption. Majority Leader, I recognize you, but I will not give you the permission to speak now. I will give you the permission later on. Please, Honorable Yao Buama. I will take some of his minutes and give to you. That I will do that. If you insist on contributing now, I will give you your time. If you are going to take part of his minutes, I will do so.
Speaker, I am seeking clarification
I'm being
on
fair.
the time. Mr. Speaker, you said 6 minutes. Please. Mr. Speaker, you said 6 minutes. And you spoke 8 minutes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that's what I'm asking.
That is not within your jurisdiction. It's within mine. I am managing the time. Don't worry. I'm managing the time.
Mr. Speaker, it's okay. Mr. Speaker, it's okay.
Don't worry.
Mr. Speaker, it's okay.
I know what I'm doing. I'm managing the time. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to associate myself with a statement and to make some brief comments on a very important provision in our Public Financial Management Act, specifically under Section 28, under which the Minister made a statement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance was very honest with the good people of Ghana by putting together the real picture that confronts us. We on this side of the House are not oblivious of the sufferings of Ghanaians. We are aware. That comes with leadership and how to surmount or assuage the plight of Ghanaians. We are aware of the happenings in the market. We are aware of the happenings within the civil service and other public institutions. Mr. Speaker, the data provided by the Minister gives hope and confidence to the good people of Ghana that this party, the MPP party and MPP government, is the party that will be able to take Ghana to the next level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to comments from the other side, even the best growth figures reported under the NDC before they exited in 2016 was 3.4%, Mr. Speaker. Coming out of COVID and making sure that we've stayed within the parameters of the IMF program, the same IMF has revised the growth rate of the country to 4.7%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, leadership is key. As I speak with you, Mr. Speaker, India has surpassed South Korea in the manufacturing sector from $50 billion to $400 billion. I'm making a point, Mr. Speaker, to the effect that this government, knowing what the manufacturing sector stands to do in the area of job creation, came to this House with an automobile policy that has led to the setting up of over 14 companies to assemble vehicles to export to other countries. This has led to the creation of a lot of jobs in and around the country, and the facts are there to show, Mr. Speaker. Those on the other side have visited most of the plants, especially those on the trade committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister reported on another very important area in the tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, the launch of the Beyond the Return program alone has generated over $1.8 billion to the economy. Mr. Speaker, this tells you that with innovative ideas, plans and programs, we'll be able to change the structure of our economy and generate more revenue to support growth and other infrastructure projects. Mr. Speaker, I haven't heard a comment from the other side on all the very important road projects that this government has done. The Minister of Finance came here and presented to us this document, which stands unchallenged on the number of road infrastructure that has been taking place in this country. I know Honorable Buahi just stepped out. You fly from Accra to Takoradi without taking a drive on that Winneba-Takoradi road to see the work that is going on there. My colleagues from the central region will attest to the fact that it was under the MPP that constructed the Kaswa-Winneba road to Yamransa. not a single lane was added by our administration. From Circle, Pokwasi to Kumasi, the dualization. What have you done about it? What have you done about it? Pokwasi to Sawam, a 10-lane road is being constructed. It's being constructed. Of course, maybe when you go to Peking, you don't use that road. When you go to Peking, the Eastern Corridor Road, the advancement on that road and the investment was by this administration, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that we've done a lot in the area of road infrastructure. Go to Dodowa Adenta Road and see what is happening there, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that most of my friends are not visiting the corners of the country and are only engaged in propaganda. Mr. Speaker, the 1D1F program has created over 170,000 jobs in this country. And it is true, Mr. Speaker. Over 142 companies are working. And you know the importance of industry. That is why you must support the government in that project. I haven't seen any of you condemn that project, Mr. Speaker. 1D1F has created over 170,000 jobs in this country. Go around the factories and see them. They are dotted around the country, and it's for you to go and have a look. Ask your trade committee. They've been going around to visit them, and we intend to add more and more of the factories to create jobs for the people. Mr. Speaker, it is also very important to add to the fact that, Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we look at pages 99 in the conclusion part of the minister's report, that the LEAP program from 49 million Ghana cedis in 2016 under your reign, we've invested so much so that today it stands at 423 million Ghana cedis in terms of investment, Mr. Speaker. NHIS, at the time you left, 1.1 billion was what you had invested. Now we are hovering over 6.5 billion Ghana cedis. We've added other critical ailments to the NHIA, including prostate cancer care, dialysis, and child cancer. Yes, you are not aware because you haven't read the document, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, DACF for persons with disability have been increased by 50%, and it's very significant. You can ask Honorable Amprim, a member of the local government committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm reading from the document. Mr. Speaker, this media review, Mr. Speaker, has enlightened a lot of Ghanaians about the achievements of this government. And going forward in this election year, a lot of what we have been able to achieve post-COVID will be told the people of this country, and we believe that they will return us to power come 2024. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we now have to listen to the Honorable Ricketts Hagan Kweku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Finance Minister on the mid-year fiscal policy review. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to make a comment on what I believe to be the biggest threat facing this Ghana's economy, and that is the debt. Mr. Speaker, our debt is now about 740 billion. That is Ghana's debt. Since 2016, this government has added almost 600 billion, above 600 billion to Ghana's debt. Mr. Speaker, I have said it and I will say it again. We are not servicing our debt since 2022. Mr. Speaker, we haven't paid 35 billion. The debt has not been serviced, 35 billion. Mr. Speaker, this government is talking about having a growth of 4.7. Mr. Speaker, you cannot have a growth of 4.7 if you owe 35 billion you have not paid. Your growth should be around 2%, not 4.7%. It's not possible. Mr. Speaker, the interesting thing here is about this external debt restructuring that this government said they have done. Mr. Speaker, we have done 17 tranches of Eurobond in this country. One belongs to President Kufuor's era, 4 belongs to President Mahama Mills' era, 12 belong to Nana Akufo-Addo and Baumia. Mr. Speaker, under President Kufuor, 750 million US dollars. Under President Mahama, 3.75 billion US dollars. Under Nana Akufo-Addo and Baumia, 11 billion US dollars. The total payment we'll have to make is 20 billion. Then they said they've gone and done debt, they've gone and done external debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, what they have done is they have negotiated the principle. There are two options before the Eurobond holders. That is under consideration. Yet, the minister comes here and tells us that he's got a relief of 4.4 billion and they've got a haircut also of 4.7. I'm not sure which option he's referring to. He seems to have put the two options together as a benefit to this country, which is not true. Mr. Speaker, the 4.7 billion that they claim they are getting as a relief belongs to the first option. The second option, which is the discounted option, which should give us 4.7 billion, belongs to the second option. So is the government opting for the first option or the second option? Because they've taken the benefit of both and telling us that that is where we are. Mr. Speaker, we are not there. They said we have turned a corner. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have not turned any corner. All the economic indicators that we have in the budget are not correct. For the simple reason that if you have not serviced your debt to a tune of 35 billion, even your deficit alone, which is projected to be 50 billion, would be about 85 billion. Your growth could not be 4.7, and all other indicators will be wrong. Mr. Speaker, yet this government, you know, Mr. Speaker, what they do with the IMF, you will ask, doesn't the IMF know this? They go to the IMF and tell them that we have not paid our debt. That is why our growth is 4.7. So the IMF has already factored that in. Any money they give to this country, if you have actually got 4.7 billion from your relief, and you have got 4.7 from a haircut, and you've got 360 billion from the IMF, why is your exchange rate still exposing you? Your exchange rate is either getting worse or it's not moving. The finance minister keeps telling us, oh, wait for the 360 to come in and you will see what happened to the exchange rate, and nothing happens. They say wait for 4.4 to come in and the exchange rate will do something, and nothing happens. They say wait for the 4.7. That comes in, nothing happens. Mr. Speaker, I think we should make Ghanaians aware that this 4.7 and 4.4 billion that they are talking about is actually non-existent, because the government of Ghana was actually paying its debt with more debt. So if they give you a relief and you stop borrowing to pay that debt, that cannot be a savings to you. It may be textbook, but it doesn't apply in Ghana's situation. Because there is no money that President Mahama is coming to inherit. There is no 4.4 billion. There is no 4.7 billion. Therefore, the 8 or 9 billion they are talking about is actually non-existent. What they have managed to do is just to stop borrowing. You can't, no, to stop borrowing from service to service the debt. They don't have any extra money there they are using to do anything. The money is simply not there. This country is technically, Mr. Speaker, bankrupt.
Honorable Member, your time is up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It's now the turn of Honorable Carlos Ahenkura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been in this House for 8 years. I have witnessed 8 budget readings with attendant 8 reviews. Mr. Speaker, there's never been a time like what I witnessed on Tuesday, when after the budget review was read, there was some sober calm on the side of my colleagues. We have been in this, we always see placards, we always hear catcalls, we always see whistles going on after budget statements are read in the House. But this particular time, just because they have that trust and belief that the economy is bouncing back, my colleagues kept quiet. And of course, this is what we expect from you, that if you see something good happening in the country, help us propagate it. Don't always be on a defensive or be on the side of a losing party. I want to believe, Mr. Speaker, that going forward, this country's fortune has been restored. Mr. Speaker, in my struggle to find a reference point of one of these reviews that I've witnessed in this House, I decided, Mr. Speaker, to look at 2012 to 2016. Mr. Speaker, on all these 4 occasions, the Minister for Finance requested for extra supplementary budget to run to complete a year. Mr. Speaker, let me help you help the House by reading a few of the requests that the Minister made. In 2014, for example, Mr. Speaker, at exactly item 197, the Minister said that, Mr. Speaker, as mentioned earlier in this presentation, the aim of this supplementary estimate is to seek parliamentary approval to commit additional resources outlined in this report to fund additional expenditures resulting from the revisions made to the 2014 budget. We are requesting approval for a total of 3.196 billion. It goes on to 2015, they request the same. In 2016, when we were in an election year, the Speaker, he made a request for 2 billion Ghana cedis. This time around, the most important elections in the history of this, the Fourth Republic, the Minister came here, read his budget review, and did not ask for 1 peso. Mr. Speaker, even in the midst of all difficulties you are going through, the Minister or the Akufo-Addo government says, we don't need no money from Parliament. We are going to use your appropriation to run the country. We'll run it to the end of the year. And of course, this shows that we are building the right path for Dr. Bawumia to come and take over and run the country and take us to utopia. Mr. Speaker, I have been doing a little bit of research, and from what I see, it is interesting that my colleagues for some time back always run around on air talking about debt to GDP ratio, debt to GDP ratio. Today I don't hear them talking about it anymore. Why? Because our debt to GDP ratio today, as we speak, is far lower than what they left behind in 2016. Mr. Speaker, if you check from the document that our minister read, the debt to GDP ratio today is 70.6. In 2016, when they were leaving, it was almost 75%. Time passed, they were running around because we had gone above 80%. The minister has said that even by the end of the year or before we leave, we go for elections, debt to GDP ratio is going to even reduce to 60%. And you will see that everything that we have done as a government is geared towards bringing the economy back on track. Mr. Speaker, when my colleague, most respected, disappointed Vice President Opoku was speaking, he mentioned that the debt of Ghana today, yes, of course, he wanted VIP and he didn't get, so it's disappointed VIP. Mr. Speaker, he mentioned that the total debt today of Ghana is 742. Agree. Mr. Speaker, if you calculate with today's almost 16 cedis to a dollar, it gives you $46 billion. That's what they were leaving government. They gave us a debt of 122 billion. They always go boasting that then the exchange rate was 3.8. Mr. Speaker, if you calculate this, they left a dollar component of 32 billion. So it means that the MPP government today has not added more than 14 billion in debt to whatever we have here. And this is quite remarkable for you to explain that you left 32 billion and we are going to 46 billion in dollars. But they also tend to forget that from Kwame Nkrumah time to President Kufuor's time, the debt overhang was only 9.6 billion Ghana cedis. 9.6 billion Ghana cedis. You took it to 122 billion. Mr. Speaker, we took it from 122 billion to 740. We have only increased it by 6-fold. You have increased it by 13-fold. From 9.6 to 122 is 13-fold. We have increased only by 6-fold. And you think you are better than us? It is quite remarkable, Mr. Speaker, that people would want to run away with voodoo mathematics and chop our research and try to bamboozle their way around and hoodwink Ghanaians. Please, let Ghanaians understand that as far as we are concerned, the debt that we have incurred here is only 6-fold over and above what you left behind.
Honorable Member, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will.
It's now the turn of Honorable Thomas Ampim. Honorable Thomas Ampim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a few months ago, there was a popular campaign in this chamber and outside the chamber. And the campaign was, Ken must go. Ken must go because many of us believed that the economy of this country was not doing well, mainly because of the then finance minister. In fact, some of our colleagues on the other side convinced us that the finance minister was not listening to Dr. Bawumia, and that was why the economy was not doing well. So eventually, Ken went. Ken Oforiatta was removed. And the darling boy of Dr. Bawumia, Dr. Amin Anta, was made to replace Ken Oforiatta. So when he was coming to present his first budget, which happened to be a media review, we were all very hopeful that we were going to see some of Bawumia's magic appear in the media review. But everybody has been disappointed. In fact, Ghanaians have seen that probably Ken was not a problem. Probably the problem started from the head of the economic management team. Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side don't seem to be ashamed of how far and how low they have sunk this economy. In fact, as we speak now,
a lot of businesses are leaving the shores of this country. Jumia has left, Global, Dark and Lovely, Game. They have all left and have left with many jobs to other countries. It is so surprising that people today prefer Benin as a business destination to Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana, to our Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised hearing the Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance boasting about inflation rate of 23.2%. She should know that they inherited inflation rate of about 15.4% in 2016. That is about 800 basis points lower than what they are boasting about today. Mr. Speaker, Guta has made a profound statement about this media budget review. And they said that your economic gains are not felt by businesses. And that is profound. Regardless of all the figures you are throwing around, Ghanaians say they cannot feel the so-called economic gains that you are talking about. And Mr. Speaker, it is clear that they are out of touch with reality. I read on paragraph 363 that they are boasting that they have increased the feeding cost per person per day from 80 pesos to 1 cedi 50 pesos. What they don't realize is that the value of 1 cedi 50 pesos today is almost zero. If you discount it by the inflation rate, you realize that no value actually exists. To demonstrate clearly, Mr. Speaker, in 2016, when the feeding grant per head was 80 pesos, one egg was sold at 50 pesos. So you could actually buy one egg and still buy something in addition. Today, one egg is sold at 3 cedis 50 pesos. Your 1 cedi 50 pesos cannot even buy half an egg. So that is what we have taken us to. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to hear the Minister of State at the Finance say that we have lived within our means. You haven't lived within your means. In fact, that statement is a mirage. If you look at the budget appendices, you realize that they have actually spent above approved amount on some line items. The use of goods and services, for instance, we programmed that you should spend 4.5 billion by June this year. By June this year, you have spent 5.7 billion, 1.2 billion over and above the program amount. And that is why, I wish Okujeta Blaffa was here. That is where they've paid the $10 million for the ambulance maintenance, spare parts to their cronies. Mr. Speaker, these people are killing us. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I see that you are watching your time. Mr. Speaker, on paragraph 328, they want to reintroduce the centralized collection of property rates. But it is dangerous because, Mr. Speaker, look at this. Dade Kotopong in 2020 collected 2.1 million on their own. 2022, they collected 2.2 million on their own. When you did the centralized collection of the property rate from January to June, you gave them only 35,000 cedis for a whole period. So they collected 8 million cedis on their own.
Honorable Member, I've just noted the time. Please, I can see Honorable Atachi on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, you are not allowed.
I've noted your time. Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, I'm scandalized that this member of parliament trying to comment on the statement is saying that these people are criminals. It's not forensic. It's not. You said that. You said that. He said these people are criminals. That's what he said.
Well,
yes.
Honorable Atacha, if I actually had criminals, I myself would have called him to order. What I heard was they are killing us. They are killing us.
Well, then it was the phonetics, because I heard criminals.
Sorry. Yes, Honorable Member, Honorable Member, please. Yes. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those are his words. Criminals are the words that you are using. I didn't use that. I said you are killing us.
I thought we've gone beyond that. Please go on.
I mean, if he wants me to substitute it, I'll use that word for him. Mr. Speaker, I was making a point that when the assemblies were collecting their own property rates, they were doing much better than the centralized collection system. And so it is dangerous for them to come back and say that the outlook from July to December this year, they are going to reintroduce the collection of property rates at the center. Mr. Speaker, I would want your advice. In fact, the minister came and we approved the decision for them to suspend the collection at the center. I wonder if they can come just with a statement to change something that we have already approved. That is something we'll have to really look at. Mr. Speaker, it is evidently clear that the whole debt exchange program has been to give current respite to government. They just want freedom. Today, they are not thinking about the future. If you listen to the finance minister saying that a lot of our debt will be due in 2026, you ask him, what provisions are you making today so that when they fall due in 2026, we will be able to pay? You are not learning from President Mahama.
Honorable Member, your time is up. Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of Honorable Dr. Yao Adichie.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleagues on the other side making comments like, where is the money? Go to Jetokwe in Southton. Go there and see a dilapidated school structure that has been replaced with a new school building. And ask them, where is the money? Go to Azar in Yilokrobo, by the roadside. Go and see a new school building, replacing an old one, and ask them, where is the money? The money is right there in their community. Great investment is being made in our country. In spite of the challenges, we are laying a solid foundation for socio-economic transformation through education. We are in the fourth industrial revolution. We are in the knowledge economy. When you don't reform your education system, when you don't introduce science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, you are not going to be able to create a more sustainable economy. Our government is laying a solid foundation for the transformation of Ghana, and that is where the money is going. Mr. Speaker, our new high school curriculum is ensuring that high school students are offering courses in aviation and aerospace. Our high school students are offering courses in robotics. Our girls' schools that are developing and flying drones in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the second phase of University of Health and Allied Sciences has been completed and will be commissioned by the President on Monday. Mr. Speaker, local government university has been completed. Mr. Speaker, the money has gone into the development of University of Engineering and Applied Sciences. Mr. Speaker, the government has introduced many measures to boost STEM education, not just at the senior high school. It starts from the basic schools. Basic STEM programs have been introduced. We want to create an ecosystem of education that is second to none in the world. Mr. Speaker, public schools have been transformed. It's not just right that parents, after paying taxes, will have to pay for their children to go to private school because the public school is not an option. Under Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo and Bawumia's government, we are laying a solid foundation for the transformation of public schools. When you see the East Legon STEM Academy, when you drive by and see that building going up and it's a public school, it tells you we mean business. We will change the face of public education. We'll make sure that my colleagues on the other side will one day line up in front of a public school to enroll their child. These days, they are not doing that. We've run away from our public schools. We want to make sure we reform it so that we walk into our public schools. We want to create a public education regime where the son of the parliamentarian will sit in the same class of the son of the laborer, and they will study together and form friendship and develop a more united nation. Mr. Speaker, when we ask about where is the money has been invested in free secondary education, starting with enrollment of 800,000 in 2016. Today, we have about 1.4 million of our students enrolled in secondary education. That is where the money is. My government was committed to making an investment like none other in the world. A nation where 70% of our students are in boarding school and it's still free. Look around the world and see where you're going to find one. It took a bold president who wanted to change the course of history of his country to make that bold commitment to free secondary education. And within 7 to 8 years, he has committed the resources to change the course of history of our nation. That is where the money is. And the money will continue to go there so far the good people of Ghana do us the honor and give us the privilege to continue beyond the 8. We will change the course of history of our nation. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to education. The government is committed to changing the course of history of our nation. We will continue to do just that because the future of our nation is better. It's going to be better when we are in government than when we are not in government. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister told this House what the government has done. And as the Minister for Education, I'm here to bear testimony to the fact that we have done a lot in the field of education. Countries around the world are coming to see Ghana because of our record.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We now have on the other side the last person for today, Honorable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, I was shocked to hear the Vice Chairman of the Finance Committee say that the debt to GDP ratio stands at 70% and is better than that of 56% that we left for them. How can 70 be better than 56%? How? We ended 2016 with a rate of 56%. And though the base has increased in terms of GDP growth, so if it has reduced from 101% to 70%, how can that be better than 56%? And Mr. Speaker, I hear my colleagues say that they are not in to request for additional funding or additional money to execute their programs and projects. Mr. Speaker, if you check the budget review at page 105, Mr. Speaker, the budgeted revenue in the budget stood at 176.4 billion Ghana cedis. In the media review, it has been revised to 177.2 billion Ghana cedis. A difference of 805 million Ghana cedis. From 176 to 177. And you are telling us we are not here to request for additional funding. Meaning, they are going to introduce some tax measures. They are going to rope in other people who were not paying some taxes to make up the difference of 805 million Ghana cedis. And you are yet telling everybody that you did not come to request for additional funding. It's neither here nor there. But Mr. Speaker, let's look at the underpinning factors. In the media review, they projected to raise 76 billion in the 2024 budget. That's revenue, total revenue. They ended up raising 74.6 billion Ghana cedis, a shortfall of 1.4 billion. You could not raise the budgeted revenue that you put in the budget. So the question is, with these 5 months, what measures are you going to put in place to make sure that you can raise the additional 805 million that we are talking about? Mr. Speaker, you set a target. Though GRA exceeded their tax revenue, but if you put all together, there's a shortfall of 1.4 billion. And you are trying to increase your total revenue. Ask yourself, what accounted for this? Businesses are complaining. Many people are complaining that we have a lot of nuisance taxes. COVID-19 levy, boiler tax, sanitation tax, 10% betting levy, and the rest. Instead of dealing with those nuisance taxes, so that at least you create space for people to import more and you get your total revenue. Mr. Speaker, everything at the port is indexed to the dollar. And if you are doing the nominal calculation, they don't want to hear that. By the end of 2016, Mr. Speaker, if you owe somebody $10,000, you needed only 40,000 Ghana cedis to service that debt. Today, that same $10,000, you will need 160,000 Ghana cedis to service the debt. A difference of 120,000 Ghana cedis through no fault of yours. Because of the inept, the incompetency of this MPP administration, somebody must cough 120,000. Meanwhile, your disposable income is the same. And you are here telling us you've turned the corner. You are here telling us that you've done what NDC could not do. Mr. Speaker, you can't deceive us. The verdict is out there. The verdict is out there. Because people cannot make ends meet. People cannot eat 3 times a day. Businesses are collapsing. They are complaining. They have removed some taxes. Tax exemption is part of the processes that we go through in this house. So we don't lead tax exemption activities in this house. You are in charge of government business. Bring your business and we'll help you execute it. You can't bring your business. You are running around and complaining. Bring the business on the floor. We'll work out all those differences and tell you what it is. Mr. Speaker, like Honorable Rickett said, the minister told us that they've done a restructuring of $13.1 billion. As a result, there will be a debt cancellation of $4.7 billion. And there will be a leap of $4.4 billion. What he failed to tell us is that, Mr. Speaker, what are you going to use the $4.4 billion to achieve? You don't have the money to pay. That's why you went to the market and begged for
Honourable
forgiveness.
member, your time is up.
Oh. Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude by saying
the last person to my right to speak for today is Honourable Kwabena Ochiridaku Mensah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is one of the best budget reviews we've had in this House. Mr. Speaker, when you do a budget, basically the idea is to align and then continue to position yourself to provide certainty to your own organization, in our case, to the people of Ghana. It is this certainty, Mr. Speaker, that stabilizes the system, and make sure that people can plan and work with it. So for us to be able, Mr. Speaker, for us to be able not to count for additional resources and keep the budget in check, this is what, Mr. Speaker, has been translating into the gains we have been making. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that you cut your coat according to your cloth, not according to your size. And this is what the Minister for Finance and the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo been able to deliver. Mr. Speaker, anything that is not measured definitely is not worth doing. And therefore, for me, I'm very happy this statement has been made in this House. Whilst we were within these constraints of the economy, Mr. Speaker, this government has been able to deliver so many things. First and foremost, we've been able to increase the school feeding program from 1.6 million to 3.8 million people. Mr. Speaker, within the same constraints, we've been able to deliver and give more students loans from 30,000 to 58,000. This is direct benefit to Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, in the same way, we've been able to increase NHIA registration from 10.8 million to 17 million people. So Ghanaians are benefiting from this government. Mr. Speaker, in the same way, we've been able to increase the number of those on leave, Mr. Speaker, upwards from 212,000 to 350,000 people. So clearly, this country is benefiting from the stability of this budget, for working within the constraints of this budget, and also cutting our coat according to our size. Mr. Speaker, as this debate raged on, we've been talking about inflation. But in this same House, I remember the last review, I made mention that apart from the normal inflation that we've been experiencing, Mr. Speaker, there's something also called greed inflation. We're here in this country when nose masks, which cost only 1 cedi, was being sold to the people of this country for 10 cedis. Mr. Speaker, we are in this country where the cost of tomatoes just in Akimoda and Accra is about 10 times. We are cheating ourselves. Mr. Speaker, it is the same way that when cement prices started rocketing, and Honorable K.T. Amon leading the Ministry of Trade to put them in check, the greedy ones were fighting him. Mr. Speaker, not until we can make sure this country will check ourselves, inflation will continue to grow because people are greedy. It's not because that's the cost of production of this product. Mr. Speaker, I want to let everybody understand that this mid-year review is a review that is coming in a very big way to support the private sector, small, medium enterprises in this country. And Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy that they've been able to raise so much money for us to be given to our people to grow. Mr. Speaker, this program, I'm so happy with it because for the first time in the history of this country, it is being decentralized. Mr. Speaker, to the regional levels and then to other districts throughout the course of this country. And I have already made my list, starting with our agencies, starting with the AGI, starting with the Chamber of Commerce, starting with the winners of the Power Grant Awards in the Western region. And I believe that we take advantage of this opportunity to make sure that our small and medium-sized enterprises throughout the country benefit from the GO program that is coming for small and medium enterprises in this country. And that is the only way we can capture this opportunity, grow our businesses, create more employment for our people, so that they can also benefit from this budget review. And in doing so, it will make this country grow bigger and stronger and create more opportunities for all our people in this country to also grow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask.
Honorable members, thank you so much. Honorable member, on the issue of the regulations that were laid by the Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry, it was not from one profession, one sector, or one part of the House. It was a general concern that was raised, and it's not proper to refer to that group of our society that really raised those concerns to be greedy ones. Greedy ones. So, in respect of that, I will direct that the greedy ones be deleted from your speech. Yes, please. Yes, I want to listen to you.
I was not referring to this house.
No,
I was
that's
talking
what I
about
said.
those who are trying to increase
I
prices.
didn't say this house.
Arbitrarily.
I didn't say this house. I said it was a general concern raised by the public, not from one profession, not from one side or sector, but it was a general. So it's not fair to refer to that group as
I
greedy
thought
ones.
that it came from the manufacturers.
Honourable member, listen to me.
I withdraw the word. I withdraw the word greedy.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is that the word greedy inflation is about people trying to arbitrarily increase prices.
That I have no problem with.
Okay.
I have no problem with that.
Okay.
Yes, honourable members, let's move to what you were doing. Please, let's move to what you were doing. That is the consideration stage of the Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill 2023. We resume it immediately. Tomorrow we'll continue with the rest of the names on the list. The brief I received is that the question was put on clause 17 of the bill, and so we have to move on to clause 18. Honourable members, the Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill 2024 at the consideration stage. Honourable members, the clerk at table has drawn my attention to the fact that clause 17 was actually deferred. The question was not put. And so we'll move to clause 18.
Gender equity in the security services.
Sorry, 18, not 19, 18.
Gender equity in the security services.
That's not what I have. 18, recruitment and promotion in the public service. That's what I have on my bill.
It was withdrawn in the... Sorry, sir.
My version, I'm told, was withdrawn and relayed. So there's a new version, which has just been handed over to me. So, again, clause 18.
Gender equity in the security services.
We have some proposed amendment to clause 18. The chairman of the committee, am I right? Clause 18, chairman of the committee. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, clause 18.
Amendment proposed. Head note, delete equality and insert equity.
Motion moved for the consideration of the House. There be no consideration. I put the question. Yes.
Speaker, that be a consequential amendment. I support the proposed amendment from the chairperson.
So those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. There are 3 further amendments, please. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, clause 18, amendment proposed. Sub-clause 1, line 3. Delete equality.
Honourable Member, that one is consequential, and that person will take that into consideration. Move to the next one.
Clause 18, amendment proposed, sub-clause 3, opening phrase, delete woman and insert person.
No, not that yet. Not that yet. But let me listen to the majority leader. We haven't reached that yet. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to provoke this issue for clarity so that the court may be properly aided when issue of interpretation comes up someday. So, Speaker, if you go to clause 1, line 3, where the proposed amendment was carried, talking about to ensure gender equity within the respective security services at any point in time. Mr. Speaker, how would this be actualized? Is it the case that when an advert is placed and say at the end of the advert timetable provided, 1,000 are expected to apply, and then you get just 10 women applying by reason of ensuring gender equity? We would say that, okay, this advert is being invalidated for some other processes to be enacted to achieve that, or it will be assumed that an opportunity was given and same was not taken advantage of. I just want that principle to be clear, just for posterity. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable Majority Leader, you are out of order. Please, let's go back to clause 18. After the deletion of the equality and the insertion of equity, the next one is sub-clause 2, delete. That is what is on the order paper. Before you go to the sub-clause 3. Are you not moving that one?
Mr. Speaker, clause 18, amendment proposed, sub-clause 2, delete chairman of the committee.
No, delete, not chairman of the committee. It says delete, that it means the whole clause.
Amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker, sub-clause 2, delete. It means we are deleting the entirety of sub-clause 2.
The reason for the deletion of sub-clause 2 is what? Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
We already deleted clause 3, which gave exemptions. The minister had those discretionary powers to actually give exemptions to those who would apply, and we deleted it. And so
we haven't reached clause 3.
We finished with clause 3 2 days ago.
Clause 3.
Yes.
Not sub-clause 3.
No, clause. We finished with it. So
earlier on, you deleted clause 3.
Yes. So this is in line.
That's the reason.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable members, The motion is to delete 3 of clause 18. Those in favor say aye. Voice is consequential. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move to the next proposed amendment to clause 18.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 3. Opening phrase, delete woman and insert person.
Honorable members, instead of a woman, is now to read a person. That is the proposed amendment. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I think along the line, they wanted to delete women and rather make it all-encompassing to all Ghanaians. But this bill is affirmative action. If you like, is positively discriminating in favor of women. So you can't do that. The original should stand. And the Speaker is consequential to what we did earlier when they proposed. Yes, Mr. Speaker, and we cited Article 17(4) and then 36(6) to buttress the fact that this is really skewed towards women. And so you should not dilute it again. I think on account of what you did earlier, this amendment ought not to have been moved.
Yes, Chair. What do you say to that? But let me listen to Honorable Bernard.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, by the use of a person, we can achieve the same aim. Because the Constitution talks generally about gender discrimination without specifying male or female. So if the rendition is a person shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of gender. Mr. Speaker, the operative word here is gender. And gender here does not necessarily mean a woman. So if you said a person shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of gender in security services and shall have equal opportunity to A and B, Mr. Speaker, you would achieve the same aim by being gender neutral in drafting. So this would mean that you cannot even discriminate against a woman.
But it can also mean
yes.
The proposal they were making is to make sure you can discriminate against man, but you cannot discriminate against woman. When you use the term woman,
yes.
You are being specific.
Yes.
That in the case of woman, yes. You cannot discriminate against a woman.
Yes.
But when you put person, then you equalize. Yes, but that is not what they want.
Mr. Speaker, if you are making a law to say that discriminate in favor of a woman, then you are delving into a constitutional breach. You are delving into a constitutional breach.
The law we are making is affirmative action.
Yes.
The intention of the law is to discriminate in favor of the one that has been disadvantaged. So that one is not discrimination because it's positive discrimination. It's only when it's negative discrimination that is by law seen as discrimination. But this is positive. That is the position that is being submitted.
Mr. Speaker, his position may be problematic in the sense that the Constitution generally tasks Parliament to make a law to address the gender imbalance. That is the basis for which we are making this particular law. And then the Constitution generally uses expression gender discrimination. So if, and that gender mean male or a female. So
no.
If we are deliberately making
gender
a law.
Gender goes beyond sex.
Yes.
So you cannot say it's male or female.
That is why I'm saying that if you talk about gender, you are not talking specifically about a woman. That is my understanding.
Gender goes beyond issue of sex.
Yes. So if
yes,
gender
you're not
goes
talking about
beyond
woman,
issues
you're
of
not
sex,
talking
and
about
the
man.
Constitution
You are going
says
beyond that.
we should not discriminate on grounds of gender. And now we are making a law to specifically say a woman shall not be subjected to a discrimination on the basis of gender. And we are using a gender. Then we should say on the basis of being a woman. Once gender goes beyond discrimination. And my view is that the operative word here is gender. So we said a person shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of gender. That rendition is better than saying a woman shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of gender. Then we have to amend this gender to mean on the basis of the person being a woman.
You are right there.
So,
you are right.
Because of the operative
yes.
gender here, we should be neutral in a person. That
Yes.
was what occasioning the committee's amendment being proposed by the chairperson of the committee.
I'm sure former majority leader and the minister, you got his point. That if we amend the woman, if we maintain the woman, then we have to amend the gender in the second line. To be specific, you are referring to woman. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I think it achieves the same purpose. It achieves the same purpose if we left it there. But, like you say, it's also tidier because it then falls in line with 17.3, which says that a person who is interviewed for recruitment in public service may lodge a complaint with the committee if that person reasonably believes that the person has suffered gender-based discrimination. I think it mirrors it. Maybe even there, we may need to tidy up 17.3 in line 2. That
Actually, 17 has been deferred because I think there were disagreements, so 17 was not taken.
the entire
It was
17.
deferred, the entire 17.
The entire 17.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm
we
just
are
saying- I'm
now
just referring to it.
18. So we would rather go to the gender in the second line. Yes, please.
I want to point out a provision in the Constitution to enable my respected colleague respond within the context of the argument he made earlier. Mr. Speaker, Article 36(6) provides the state shall afford equal economic opportunity to all citizens, and in particular, the state shall take all necessary steps so as to ensure the full integration of women, emphasis for women, into the mainstream of the economic development of the country, of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very specific, and as you said earlier, this is about positive discrimination. So when he argues that the Constitution does not make mention of women, but rather gender, I want to get that clarity from him. And then if you come back to the 17, the very article of the Constitution that deals with discrimination. And in fact, this morning, there was a teaser of this when Honorable Aaron Idrisu wanted to bring some issues up when we're considering the vote. The Speaker, 17.4 also provides that nothing in this article shall prevent Parliament from enacting laws that are reasonably necessary to provide A, for the implementation of policies and programs aimed at redressing social, economic, and educational imbalances in the Ghanaian society. Although the same article per clause 1 is talking about all persons shall be equal before, no, clause 2 is saying that a person shall not be discriminated against on grounds of gender, race, color, ethnic origin, religion, creed, etc., etc. That provision notwithstanding, 17(4)(a) seeks to cure any supposed ambiguity that could possibly originate from that provision there too. And again, there's a further fortification to this when you come to 36(6) of the same constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, I am a bit at a loss. You know, looking at the argument being advanced, but he's my senior at the bar. I respect his superior views when it comes to the law, and I will yield to him. But these are very important matters. I think that it will take him a very strong energy to scale this difficult war. Mr. Speaker, he is my senior at the bar, and I know that. I respect him for his law. You know, he gives fidelity to the law. But Mr. Speaker, this is a wall so tall that I know it will take extra legal energy to scale it. Mr. Speaker, the ball is in his court.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, having regard to the provision that he read, the 36(6) that he's talking about integration. I've listened to you in silence, also listening to me in silence. Mr. Speaker, where he read discrimination, it talks about a person. But if you are talking about integration, he said a woman. So this rendition is also talking about discrimination. So you cannot be wrong using the constitutional language that a person cannot be discriminated against on grounds of gender. That is the language of the Constitution. But the 36 that you are referring to is talking about integration of a woman. Integration of a woman. So, I mean, it is clear. It is clear.
Mr. Speaker, 36(6) deals with directive principles of state policy. There's one occasion that I'm able to argue my senior. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about positive discrimination, and we seek to cure the challenge we have in society. Mr. Speaker, let's go back to 17(4). Let's go back to 17(4). Mr. Speaker, the fact that a person has been used there should not be interpreted in isolation. Interpret it conjunctively with other provisions to give it a full meaning in law. That is it. Mr. Speaker, if you just merely read a person, therefore you are shutting your eyes on 36(6), including 17(4). Mr. Speaker, then, Mr. Speaker, what are we trying to say? Mr. Speaker, in effect, if you look at it in context, depending on what you seek to achieve, it's the same. It's the same. Mr. Speaker, integration in context, discrimination in context will seek to cure a problem. Mr. Speaker, let's focus on the 17(4). That is where the strength is. Look at the 17(4). Because it's 17(4) that provides the override to give effect to the 17(2) you are talking about. Yeah. And I will read it.
Honorable members,
yes,
please,
Mr. Speaker.
Let me come in to
Mr. Speaker, very well.
Solve this battle. I think the proposed amendment is right. Once you use the word a person shall not, that conforms to the terminology used in the Constitution. So No, we're talking about discrimination. So a person shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of gender in the security services and shall have equal opportunity to. So you know that the general terminology in the security services is to refer to all of them as men. They don't see woman, but that is a reason for us to change. That yes, some are women, some are men. The only challenge I have is that when you talk about gender, you go beyond sex. So, but the Constitution prefers to use the word a person. A person shall not be discriminated against on grounds of gender. That's the terminology used in the Constitution. And so we cannot be wrong in repeating that terminology or phraseology. I know the issue you talk about in 36 is dealing with economic objectives, and that is dealing with the integration of the economy. But provision dealing with discrimination is 17, and particularly 17.2. 17.4 is giving the definition, but after 4, you have, 3 is giving the definition. After 3, then 4 is giving us, Parliament, the authority to legislate in spite of what is stated in 4. Yes. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, may I provide a cure to this maybe misunderstanding? It's a minor one though. What if we had a woman shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of the gender of the woman in the security services? A woman shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of the gender of the woman in the security services and shall have equal opportunity to receive training that woman, enable that woman to rise to leadership position in the respective security services and head a security service. I think it makes it much more explicit.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, there is a saying that if your farm is not very long, you need not carry a big water pot to the farm. The constitutional language is clear that a person shall not be discriminated against on grounds of gender. And the provision here is saying that a person shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of gender. So, Mr. Speaker, you cannot be using the constitutional language. So, we should just go by the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee, and then we can move on.
Actually, I'm persuaded to go with the amendment by the committee. I'm persuaded because you know the principle. You can't go wrong when you repeat the language of the Constitution.
Litigation must end at some point.
Yes.
We will. But Hansa will be our good companion, our companion on this matter. The court will rely on Hansa.
Oh, yes.
Hansa will remain our companion. It's okay. Let's make progress.
You have a different view from both.
From both. Actually, it's on the 18.3b when you talk about head a security service. And what comes to mind has to do with often the requirements for heading, for example, a security service. There's a requirement of exams, testing, and so a language about having met those requirements must be stated. Other than that, you are simply saying that a woman should be made to head security service. Yes, not based on gender, but he should meet.
But please read it properly.
Okay.
Well, it says
18.
Yes, 18, 3.
3.
Yes.
A woman, well, the amendment is accepted, but I'm talking about the...
Yes, a person, yes.
Yes. That a person shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of gender in the security service. They have equal access, equal opportunity.
Yes.
To receive training to enable that woman to rise to the leadership position in the respective security service and head a security service, having met all the other requirements.
Oh, so what is the equal opportunity about?
No, but, Mr. Speaker, no, listen to me. In the security service, yes, you are going to have some, for example, if the pass mark for promotion is 80%, we may probably reduce it for you to have it at 60%. But you must meet some requirements. If we leave it blanket, very soon before you know it, a woman who has basically not even written the exams says that I should be promoted because the rule says so. I'm saying that if he has met those requirements, then he should head that security service. There has to be there's no training, there's no exams for promotion.
No, it's a conjunctive. A and B. A and B. You must get both. So you can't just be called upon to head without training, without the qualification. No.
Without training and meeting the requisite exams or whatever is required to get into that position. And I'm saying that it is important because in the security service, for example, and that's the best example.
Yeah, that is why the word person is required. So it equally applies to the men, like the women. So that is okay. That's why the deletion of the word woman and then replacing it with person. Yes, Honorable Dafiamako.
Well, Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, I have listened to the arguments carefully, and I think that I'm persuaded by the position taken by the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, the scenario painted under Article 17 paints the picture of blockade. That, for instance, if a man and a woman desires to enter the army brings up a policy that says because of the peculiarities of what we do, we are not admitting women. That is what 17 speaks about. But when it comes to 36,
which of the 17? Are you talking about the Constitution or the
Article 17?
Article 17.
It talks about the blanket right that a person cannot be discriminated on grounds of gender. So the fact that I am a woman does not the Constitution bars the fact that you have to admit me to the army if I am desirous. That cannot be blocked. That's what 17 speaks about. But 36.6, the point that he makes is that there's a presumption of disintegration. That you enter the army, there are some units that they can say that even though you are an army officer, you are a female, by the peculiar nature of what we do, you will not belong to that unit. And by this legislation, we are saying that that barrier, internal barrier, must also be broken. Because the opportunities that the nation must afford, that is why the Constitution uses a woman to be specific. That where women are discriminated against because of the circumstances of the profession, they must be given opportunity to be integrated. So it is a step above what is provided in 17. 2. You have the opportunity, you are taking, you are part of the system. But there's a further barrier And 36 is saying when that exists, the state must further create situations, scenarios, circumstances that will integrate women where they are not integrated by the nature of the economic situation, by the nature of the economic opportunities there. So, for instance, Mr. Speaker, until about 1992, we didn't have a mining engineer being a female that goes underground, that goes inside the mines. I recall that the first female engineer who went underground and was allowed by qualification to go deep mine to lead miners to mine became news, because in the mining industry, the conditions that prevails in the underground mines were such that were not favorable for women to operate there, even though they are qualified in terms of engineering, thinking, and all. But conditions were created to integrate them into doing that, even though they may not be there in their numbers. The conditions were created for them so that, for instance, instead of the men spending 12 hours and coming back home, the women may spend like 4 hours and come back home. So that is the kind of situation the Constitution speaks of under Article 36(6). It's an economic right that is being, or it's an economic situation where the nation is being called upon as a state to make further provisions, to make additional provisions, so that those conditions will be created for women, particularly to be integrated. So there are certain industries like aviation, where for a long time it was difficult for women to be pilots, but now they are, because further conditions have been created to make it suitable for the women to also be aviators as well as men. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that the majority leader has a point there. So we need to take a second look at the amendment being proposed. And so that is a positive discrimination that the Constitution thinks that it must be eradicated. I thank you.
Yes, Majority Leader. Former Majority Leader, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the point being made by the Honorable Member for Akachi South. I appreciate that point. Speaker, we are talking about avoidance of discrimination. To do what? To achieve gender balance. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about recruitment and appointment to public office or public space. Beyond the 36(6) that the majority leader quoted, we may also have to address our minds to 35(6), Article 35(6), which relates directly to recruitment into public office. And it provides, towards achievement of the objectives stated in clause, states shall take appropriate measures to be achieve reasonable, let me not go on the tangent of regional, reasonable gender balance in the recruitment and appointment to public offices. The Speaker, the 18 that we're talking about is dealing with this. I'm saying that I appreciate the point made by my colleague, the Honorable Bernard Ahia, when he relates to the provision on discrimination. But because we want to go further, 17(4) then provides us with that opportunity to legislate, to achieve the intent of 35(6)(b). Mr. Speaker, we all do appreciate in this country that there is some historical distortions between the north and the south of this country. That is regional imbalance. And let's assume that we are making a law to attain regional balance. And we are saying that in recruiting people to public office, we should be minded of where the regional person comes from. And then you will say that, oh, let's apply the general rule in the Constitution. No. 17(4) then cures that mischief. So the honorable here for is not wrong. We are only saying that this construct deepens it. It deepens it. And it's not unconstitutional because the avenue is provided for us under 17.4. Whereas 17.2 is on general avoidance of discrimination, 17.4 then says that nothing in this article shall prevent Parliament from enacting laws that are reasonably necessary to provide for the implementation of policies and programs aimed at redressing the social, economic, and education imbalance in the Ghanaian society. We know the imbalance in terms of employment, especially in public places, between men and women. And Mr. Speaker, you are right. You are right. The armed forces, they describe the officers as officers and men in the armed forces. They don't even mention women. Come again. When there are women standing there. When there are women standing there. So, Mr. Speaker, whereas I don't disagree with the Honorable Ahiafo, the principle that he's raising, the 18.3 deepens what we want to achieve gender balance. In this case, to straighten the path for our women. And that's why I said that I don't disagree with you, the principle. However, 17.4 justifies what you are doing. The Speaker. And as I said, if we can go with the construct, a woman shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of the gender of the woman in the security services and shall have equal opportunity to, then A and B will follow. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Well, we need the policy people. There are two positions now. One from the committee seeking to amend the word woman and to insert person. The other is seeking for us to retain what is in the bill. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, if we look at 17.3, which talks about the meaning of discrimination, Mr. Speaker, I will urge the House to agree that the proposal of the chairperson of the committee is in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us in clause 18 is talking about gender equity in the security services. And 18.1 says that the government, the governing council of the respective security services shall, in recruiting and filling vacancies for positions at all levels, have regard to the provisions of this act to ensure gender equity within the respective security service at any point in time. And the 3 is saying that a person shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of gender in the security services and shall have equal opportunity to receive training to enable that person rise to a leadership position in a respective security service and head of a security service. Mr. Speaker, 17.2 is saying that a person shall not be discriminated against on the grounds of gender. And then 17.3 is saying that for the purposes of this article, discriminate means to give different treatment to different persons attributable only or mainly to their respective descriptions by race, place of origin, political opinion, color, gender, occupation, religion, or creed, whereby persons of one description are subjected to disabilities or restrictions to which persons of another descriptions are not made subject or are granted privileges or advantages which are not granted to persons of another description. That is the meaning of discrimination being given by the Constitution. If we situate that in the context of the 18, then clearly the House would agree with me that we should be using the word a person instead of using a woman. If we use the word a woman, it will create the impression within the meaning of the Constitution that we are seeking for the woman to be discriminated in favor, which the meaning of discrimination in Article 17.3 will be against, and to give the basis of somebody saying that within the meaning of the word discriminate, then you are violating the Constitution. So in order to circumvent the constitutional provision, Mr. Speaker, once we are using the word discrimination in the rendition, we should just use the word a person.
I'm tempted to put the question because we can't resolve the differences.
Our respected lawyer, every time I listen to him on this matter, he fails to averse his mind to 17.4, which is exactly what we are trying to do. We are trying to make sure we pass a law to discriminate positively in favor of women. Because 17.4 says, nothing in this article shall prevent Parliament from enacting laws that will favor women positively. I mean, to quote my words.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. In other words, we are going to delete the word woman in line 1 of clause 18, subclause 3, and insert person. So it will now read, a person shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of gender in the security services and shall have equal opportunity to A, receive training to enable that woman rise to a leadership position in the respective security services, and B, head a security service. Honourable members, we move to the next proposed amendment, also standing the name of the chairperson. Yes. My attention is drawn to it. It's consequential, so the draft person will take note and draft accordingly. But at page 56, we have another proposed amendment. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, the minister sponsoring this bill has whispered something to me. And in view of that, I will crave your indulgence, and if the House would indulge me, for us to look at...
If the House would do what?
Indulge me.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if the House would indulge me. Mr. Speaker, for us to have a second look at a decision we just took. I know that under normal circumstances, if we want to revisit an issue, there's an opportunity and the second consideration. But Mr. Speaker, this, we can cure it here and now. Mr. Speaker, according to the minister, if we do not maintain certain phrases or certain words are not seen to be reflecting in the law, we may create a situation where the whole essence of this bill may be rendered odious. Mr. Speaker, so that is her plea, that for policy reasons. So, but Mr. Speaker, yes, that we should be bold enough, Mr. Speaker, according to her, in all discussions underpinning this bill, the policy has been to use the word woman to project the whole object of the bill. That is her argument. And Mr. Speaker, to the extent that in using the word woman, it will not injure the Constitution in any way. And Mr. Speaker, this would also be given an interpretation on the face of the document in a manner that the world will see that indeed Ghana is taking a certain step. So, Mr. Speaker, I would strongly suggest that we may have to yield to the minister one more time to say a word or two in respect of this policy path she has communicated through me to the House, so that, Mr. Speaker, we can move forward. She insists strongly that the word woman needs to be in the bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to seek leave for her to come back on this so that we can look at this. And I'll plead with Honorable Ayafo that to the extent that having the word woman in the bill will not injure the Constitution, at least Hansard has recorded our respective arguments. Hansard is a witness to all that we have said. And any court of equity, any court of law will be guided by all that we have said in this chamber and would give effect to the word woman as used in the context. Mr. Speaker, I humbly so submit.
Honorable Bejira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the respected majority leader knows very well that when you rule at a consideration stage, the next level, if you want any amendment in accordance with Order 171, is to come under second consideration. We've passed that stage already, Mr. Speaker. As the leader of the House, he needs to abide by this rule. Let us all agree that we'll come back at the second consideration stage to look at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister for Gender.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've listened to most of the arguments that have been made, and these arguments were also made at winnowing. Mr. Speaker, we're not saying they are wrong. We're just saying that what this bill seeks to do and the purpose for this bill, if we maintain or we are able to remove the word woman to a person, it defeats the purpose. I think it's very necessary that we keep the word woman in. We are not saying that if we do that, it means we are discriminating against men. We are saying that there's a clear problem of discrimination against women. And that is why this clause is here, to say that women are being discriminated against. We are bringing in a law to ensure that that mischief or that issue is cured. And so taking that away, the specificity of that, and generalizing it defeats the purpose, Mr. Speaker. So please, we've based our argument on 17.4. We've looked at 36.6. All of them all point to the fact that in addition 35.6. So, Mr. Speaker, we are saying that there is a need for us to maintain the word woman. I propose that clause 18.3 should read that a woman shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of the gender of the woman in the security services, and shall have equal opportunity to A, receive training to enable that woman rise to a leadership position in the respective security service, and B, head a security service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we cannot continue to debate this ad infinitum. Let me listen to you, Dr. Wilpo. You've been standing up for some time now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have taken note of the very logical argument by my friend, Honorable Ahiafo. But I've also taken consideration of the fact that this is an affirmative action bill. And I take note of the fact that affirmative in description is non-discriminatory. But in this law, we are talking about a situation that is persistent in culture and action in this country, where women are relegated to the background. We want to bring a situation where intentionally we want to mention women and say we don't want that situation to continue to exist, and that it is even in law, not a person. We know that the people who are discriminated against largely in this country are women and children. But we don't mention women and children. We talk about affirmative action. But in this particular instance, when a law is coming into being, we want to specifically say there should not be discrimination against women. The issue of person has been used largely in 17. I mean, it's used largely in 17. But in 18, we are very specific about the question about woman. And I think I'm happy the maize is still tilted and we can overlook some of the formalities Honorable Jedra is talking about. And get back to it and make sure we specifically refer to the word woman in the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chair. Constitutional legal.
I have the right. Mr. Speaker, I am not persuaded by this argument. And with the greatest respect, am I intimidated not to make my point? The Speaker called me. Mr. Speaker, I need your...
What is happening? Please, may you go on.
Mr. Speaker, on this...
Please, you are addressing the Speaker. Honorable Majority Leader, what is happening?
I'm guiding a colleague.
Yes, so, Honorable Chair, you may go on. He says he's guiding you, so...
Yeah, because I've guided him.
Please, go on.
Yeah, because he's guided. I've guided
Oh,
him.
so you are no longer going to make your submission?
Mr. Speaker, I would wait and hear my sister, and after that, Elizabeth.
The difficulty I have is that we are repeating the same arguments. The same arguments.
Mr. Speaker.
Well, she's my daughter. I saw the time she came in.
The first time I have been here for 16
I'm not talking about...
And one of the things that I've consistently learned, especially from you, is that in lawmaking, honorable members must be encouraged to express their views. That nobody should be afraid to express any view. The leader of the House is basically gagging a member. And first timers are shivering. I'm very worried.
Yes, Honorable Elizabeth.
Thank you very
Obosu
much,
Adiare.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was following the proceedings quietly from another source because of one reason. So you see that I know what has gone on so far. Mr. Speaker, I think the repetition is a way to say that if you have a quick look at Article 36(6), that may have been referred to already, with your kind permission, I read, the state shall afford equality of economic opportunity to all citizens, and in particular, the state shall take all necessary steps so as to ensure the full integration of women into the mainstream of economic development of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, I think this whole law is to bring women up. If it's about a person, if it's about putting the gender together, we have it already in the Constitution. This is a law that is being made to make sure that women are specifically mentioned for the avoidance of doubt. So my humble suggestion is that women must be mentioned to make the difference. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, consideration stage is an informal stage. And so if immediately after putting the question, we recognize that we've erred, there's nothing wrong with that being withdrawn and the question being put again. So I'm prepared to put the question. Sorry?
Just to remind them, humbly, I just want to remind them.
The rendition.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Just to remind the House that the amendment on the floor is seeking to do away with woman. So since the indication, the sense of the House is to the fact that we want a woman, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminding them that when you put the question, people should know the appropriate response to give. That is not yes. You are a no. That is if you are a no. Because we are not accepting the amendment. That is the sense of the House. Mr. Speaker, thank you, sir.
We have spent almost 2 hours on one clause. Just one clause. Honorable members, the earlier decision of the House has accordingly been withdrawn, and I'll put the question again. Those in favor of the proposed amendment of the committee and moved by the chairperson of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. The noes have it. So the amendment is negated. We now will have to give the opportunity to the former majority leader to move his amendment, which is to seek further clarification and emphasis on the intention of that clause. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, in line 2, after off, you insert the definite article, the. And after gender, insert of the woman. So that it will read, a woman shall not be subjected to discrimination on the basis of the gender of the woman in the security services and shall have equal opportunity. 2, and then A, B would follow. I shall submit, Mr.
We got this rendition long ago, and I had tried to convince the House, and it was something else. We are back to the same thing. Line 2 of clause 18, subclause 3, after of, insert the, and after gender, insert of woman.
Of the woman.
Of the woman.
Yes. That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor of this new rendition, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Chairperson, you still have more amendment to move at page 56.
Mr. Speaker, clause 18, subclause 3, paragraph A.
Subclause 4.
Subclause 4.
Yes, at page 56. Was 3, one is consequential amendment.
Yes, that one is consequential, but subclause 3, I want to withdraw my earlier proposal of person to woman.
Granted. The permission is granted, so go on. Honorable members, the chairperson has withdrawn the proposed amendment XXIV. And now we move on to page 56. Amendment proposed to subclause 4. Yes, chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 4, line 2, delete equality and
Yes, I think that one is consequential because throughout the use of the word equality has been replaced with equity. And so they want just to maintain consistency in this matter. Yes, former Majority Leader.
Speaker, I just would want to propose to the committee to consider withdrawing the two words beginning 18(4), each respective security service. A security service shall ensure that provisions on gender equity. Then the rest will follow.
Well, let's take their amendment before you move your additional. Honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment by the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, Majority Leader has proposed additional amendment to delete each respective and insert the security services. Security services is already there.
A security service.
Yes.
A security service. Yes.
A security service shall ensure. So you delete each respective and insert A. That is the further amendment proposed by the former Majority Leader. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. the amendment is carried. So it will now read, a security service shall ensure that provisions on gender equity are provided in the standard operating procedures of the service in accordance with this Act. Yes, Chairperson, you may move the next proposed amendment to clause, I think it's clause 6, sub-clause 6. Yes?
Speaker, then there are some consequential amendments. If you come to 5 and 6, so that we delete the respective in 5.
When we come.
Oh, rather. Mr. Speaker, I thought since they are consequential, we should deal with it. But
when they move it, I will say
very well.
consequential amendment.
Mr. Speaker, very well.
Yes, please. Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, clause 18, amendment proposed, sub-clause 6, delete and insert the following. The minister responsible for the respective security services shall, within 1 month after the end of the immediately preceding year, submit to the committee A, sex disaggregated data on employees in the security services, and B, the policies and plans of the security services on gender for the progressive achievement of the targets set out in the first schedule.
Well, then I'll have to give the directive in connection with the consequential amendments by the deletion of the respective. In subclause 5 and 6. 5 and 6. So you are not talking about 5 now, so it will be the governing councils of the security services shall monitor recruitment into the security services. So respective appearing there 2 times is deleted. Then 6, we have 6, which is what she's moving. The whole 6 is deleted, and they want us to insert a new one. That is the movement for 6. Yes, the motion for the amendment of subclause 6 has been moved. For us to delete the 6 and to insert a new subclause, the minister responds for respective, so the respective being consequential will be deleted. So the minister responsible for the security services shall, within 1 month after the end of the immediately preceding year, submit to the committee A, sex disaggregated data on employees in the security services, and B, the policies and plans for the services on gender for the progressive achievement of the targets set out in the first schedule. Yes. Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is quite a minor suggested amendment. In 5, the governing council, I see that all the councils described here, Security Council, Judicial Council, are specific description of some organized body. So governing council is one set governing body, organized body, and should be capital, not just described like a sentence. Like just any ordinary English words. This is a description of an object. So can we just make it in 5, the governing council in 5, can we make it capital G and capital C? Is it?
Yes, the draft person should note a concern raised by Honorable Dr. Rashid Pepu. It's a noun, a name. So you start with capitals. That is noted. But we're now dealing with 6. I want to put the question 6. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, first, there's not a single minister who is responsible for the security services. So a minister responsible for a security service we should tidy that one up. That's the first one. The second, Mr. Speaker, they are using some formulation which is unknown to the bill. That is in respect of A, sex disaggregated data on employees in the security services. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be sex disaggregated data because if you go to 6, the functions of the committee, 6.2 use the term gender disaggregated data, not sex disaggregated data. So, Mr. Speaker, I should read gender disaggregated data on employees in the security services. So those two matters.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to find out from the majority leader on this occasion, why is he not using woman, but he's using the word gender and making reference to clause 6 of the bill, which also use the word gender. But Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, posterity will be the judge.
Honorable members, I've drawn the attention of the House to the fact that the use of gender doesn't necessarily refer to sex. It goes beyond that. It goes beyond sex. And so, what is the intention of this proposed amendment? You want to focus on the issue of sex. Yes, the committee. Well, if you want sex disaggregated data, it's allowed. There's nothing wrong with it. And that's different from the gender one that is referred to in clause 6. Well, gender, as I said, goes beyond that. So maybe that's zeroing it down to the sex one. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, this House can decide that its true intent in using gender is to refer to male or female. This House can decide that. And so...
This House can decide?
Yes, this House.
In spite of the state of the law?
Mr. Speaker, we are enacting the law. That's what I'm saying. This House can enact the law and rely on the term gender and define it to mean. Yes, women or men. That's all. Speaker, we can do that. As a House, by enactment, we define gender to be either...
We can't approve it and reprove it at the same time. You have one of your members here, I recall Honorable George Nati, Samuel Nati, who has argued all over the world about the definition of the word gender. And clearly, the law recognizes that gender goes beyond sex. And so you want to legislate Then specifically, you have to look at the definition of the word gender in the other legislations, the other laws, before you do so. That is, if there's consensus at ADM. So what is the intention of the proposed amendment committee? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, may I suggest that we stand it down? Oh, why? No, but listen to me. Why? Why? Listen to me. So you listen to me.
We discussed gender disaggregation. That's what we discussed at winnowing. So that's what was discussed. But, Mr. Speaker, you agreed to it during winnowing, and now you want to come here and change it. You agreed to it during winnowing. Mr. Speaker, please, this was agreed between us during winnowing to go with gender disaggregated data. So please, let us agree. Thank you. Gender disaggregated data. Yes, please. Thank you.
Honourable members, there is further amendment to what has been proposed, that is to delete sex and to insert gender. So the proposed amendment is to delete the existing subclause 6 and to insert the following. A minister responsible for a security service shall, within 1 month after the end of the immediate after the end, this construction is not correct. Within 1 month, at the end of the immediately preceding year, submit to the committee gender disaggregated data on employees in the security service and the policies and plans of the security service on gender for the progressive achievement of the targets set out in the first schedule. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We take the last proposed amendment to clause 18.
Mr. Speaker, clause 18, amendment proposed. Subclause 6, line 3, after women.
Mr. Speaker, I think you were proposing that it should be within 1 month at the end of the immediately preceding year. If I heard you right.
Sorry?
You were proposing that within 1 month after the end of the immediately preceding year.
Yes.
Is a bit untidy.
Yes.
So you said it should be within 1 month at the end.
At.
No, what is here is correct. Within 1 month after the end of the immediately preceding year. And Mr. Speaker, if I may draw your attention to the construct in Article 187, sorry, 187. 187. One is 7.5. The Auditor General shall, within 6 months after the end of the immediately preceding financial year. So that construct is right. Thank you.
The draft person should take note of the rendition just given by the former majority leader. But I expected the chairperson to say that in view of the earlier amendment, maybe clause 18 is withdrawn. The last proposed amendment, because you have done away with that sub-clause 6. You did away with that sub-clause 6. So it doesn't exist again. Are you with me? The proposed amendment at XXVIII is no longer relevant because the sub-clause that you are seeking to amend, you have already deleted it. So you just withdraw that and we move on.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the proposed amendment in 18, clause 6.
So, honorable members, I now put the question on clause 18. And the question is that clause 18 as variously amended stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Clause 18 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Honorable members, I have been informed by leadership that members are fatigued and tired and
Mr. Speaker, truly, members are fatigued. That is true. They are fatigued. But, Mr. Speaker, they've agreed that Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minority Leader knows that the Minister has acknowledged the industry of this House. And he must not do anything to diminish that. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge the fatigue and we would want to just conclude on 20. So we'll do the 19, 20 so that we'll draw the curtains on this and then complete the Shippers Authority, which is just 5 clauses, not major, so that we can get done with the Shippers Authority bill. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Oh, I am pleading. I'm not begging with a choice. I'm pleading. I am on bended knees. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that I have asked the minister to acknowledge the industry of the House, and he's so acknowledged it. He has acknowledged the industry of the House. She has. The minister has acknowledged the industry of the House, and Roxanne is aware of this communication. Roxanne.
Mr. Speaker, I think that members are truly fatigued, and the health of these members, and that's why I sent you the message. But I think that I'm going to, the agreement we have is that we'll do 2 clauses, and then we can end the day. So we'll do 2 clauses.
Honorable members, in fact, the 2 clauses mentioned, most of the proposed amendments are consequential, so we don't need to move them. We need to move only one. But we have to call the clauses and we'll go through the motion. Then we just call it a day. Clause 19.
Gender equity in the judiciary.
Honorable members, Clause 19, proposed amendment XX, IX, XXX, and XXSI are all consequential amendments. We've taken decisions on them already. So there's no need to move those proposed amendments. I direct the draft person to take note of it and do the correct rendition of those clauses. Now, you have to move the proposed amendment on XXXII. Chairperson, XXXII.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 19, amendment proposed, subclause 3, lines 1 and 2, delete or a subcommittee of the Judicial Council shall be and insert is, and in line 3, delete equality and insert equity. So, Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be the Judicial Council shall be responsible for the implementation of gender equity in the judiciary.
Honorable members, the new rendition shall read, the Judicial Council is responsible for monitoring the implementation of gender equity in the judiciary. Those in favor of this rendition, yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I think we agreed that the monitoring should be the responsibility of the committee being established by the law, but they will be responsible for the implementation. They cannot be implementing and again be tasked with the responsibility to monitor their own implementation. So the implementation should be the responsibility of the committee being established by this particular act. So the proposal was to delete the monitoring also.
That is nowhere in the proposals before us. What the chairperson moved is to delete or a subcommittee of the Judicial Council shall be, and insert is, and in line 3, delete equality and insert equity. That is exactly what I did and just read the new rendition. So you have to take note of it and maybe give us a different rendition. So we move on to the next proposed amendment in 19 is consequential, and I direct the draft person to take note of it and do the proper thing. Then clause 20.
Gender equity in Parliament.
Clause 20, XXXIV, XXSV, XXSVI, it's not consequential. So apart from XSVI, the rest are consequential amendments. So chairperson, move the proposed amendment to XXXVI, that's clause 20. Clause 20. Have you read it?
Mr. Speaker, clause 20, subclause 1, line 2, subclause 2. Mr. Speaker, how consequential?
Clause 20, subclause 2, where you said delete. XXSVI. The rest are consequential.
Mr. Speaker, it's up to subclause 1, line 2. Subclause 20, XXXVI, subclause 2 is deleted.
Yes, that's what I say you should move. It says subclause 2, delete. Honorable members, we are being called upon to delete subclause 2 of clause 20. Those in favor of the deletion say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Subclause 2 of clause 20 is accordingly deleted. Now let me put a question on clause 19 first. And the question is that clause 19, as variously amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, clause 19 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20, and the question is that clause 20 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I've seen in clause 20, XXV, subclause 192, delete equality and insert equity. I'm not too sure that that one will be affected by what we have been doing. Because there we are talking about progressive achievement. Progressive achievement of equality. That's what we aim at. What we are doing now...
They earlier on amended the equality and substituted it with equity.
Yes, in other places. I appreciate
including the targets. They are talking about targets set out in the first schedule.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that this construct is using progressive achievement. Now we are dealing with equity. But progressively, we aim to get to the level of equality. So when we are using progressive achievement, then that word should be equality, not equity. Because what the bill, yes, as in the Constitution.
But what are the targets set? Are they equality targets or equity targets? Because they deleted the equality and substituted with equity targets. That's why we will have problem if we try to delete it from here. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the honourable member for Suami has abandoned his litigation. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe we can make progress.
So I put the question again. And the question is that clause 20 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, Clause 20 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. And by the agreement, we've come to the end of the consideration stage of the Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill 2023 for today. Honorable members, please, I gave notice that the House will be adjourning on the 30th. We agreed to do a number of critical bills, inclusive of this one, and the Ghana Shippers Council. We also agreed to complete the Constitution amendment, and I'm told you commenced the EPA bill. Those are bills we agreed to. And then your comments on the statement that the Minister for Finance made. So we have tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday, only 3 days. So leadership, please take your time and guide the House. We will not take any additional business. We may take referrals because committees can sit during recess, but not commence the consideration of any additional business. That is the only guide I can give. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, just with your guidance, I was relating to the Deputy Minority Leader. The Shippers Council bill is left with only 5 clauses, which are not really controversial, because as we know, when we agree more or less. So if we could clear that, so that tomorrow we look at the Affirmative Action Bill and that of the EPA. Speaker, it will take us 15, 20 minutes and we'll be done. I understand that colleagues, Speaker is on page 61. Just page 60 to 61, just 5 clauses to amend. Just
yes.
one page.
Deputy Minority Leader.
Honourable Speaker, we can't, as you can see, I can't deal with agitated, tired members. I think we've come to the end of the road. We have agreed that beginning tomorrow we'll have very long extended sittings to try to cover as much as possible. And we are committed to that. And so I'll plead that we bring the curtain down for the day.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to reflect on the information you just gave us, and I want to remind us that the Finance Committee has already laid 3 exemption documents, which we intend to present a report from tomorrow. So in considering what we're going to do before we rise, I plead with Mr. Speaker to also consider what is coming out from the Finance Committee.
Today, we program to finish the Ghana Shippers Authority Bill, together with the Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill. Look at where we got to. We haven't achieved much. And so there's still a lot outstanding. But I agree that, as at this time, members are tired. The last proposed amendment we took, I could see that some members gave up because of fatigue. If not, they were pressed on. And so we cannot continue when our minds are not alert. We could pass laws that could be struck down by the courts. So I agree that we should adjourn and then maybe tomorrow try to do more work. With regard to your request concerning the waivers of taxes, I have the impression that they are not likely to be taken before the 30th. when we adjourn Senate Day. During the course of the long vacation, if there is a need for a recall, that will be done. And then you can come to consider those issues. But then I believe that the committee will have completed its work on the referral on waivers of taxes. I'm told that you finished a few of them, but not all. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if that's your decision that we should adjourn now until tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, I'll only urge that tomorrow we should start exactly 10 a.m. because the Ghana Shippers Authority Bill led with 5 clauses, and that of the affirmative is led with about 14 clauses. So when we start in time, we could be able to clear those 2 bills tomorrow and then do the debate too, so that Monday, when they conclude on the debate, then we could look at the EPA and other bills. Because today we started around close to 12 noon. So, and that
we were ready, and the members were not in.
So, Speaker,
we were ready.
Direct and
we are always available. Either I'm here or my deputies are here. Luckily, the second deputy speaker is always on time. And so if I'm caught up with any other assignment, I call him to commence, and then I'll come to join or take over from him. So call your members, even as of now, just look at your back. Look at your back. And look at your front. Look at your front. Eh? I'm not saying you are not there, just count your numbers. That is an issue we have to address. I think that leadership of majority, you have a lot of work to do to try and bring your members. Maybe you are taking too many things for granted. For example, if at the end of the day, there is some decision to be taken concerning the mid-year review that has been submitted, I decide that they will vote against, you are going to lose because you don't have the numbers. If they decide, I said if there is a need, this is leader emeritus speaking. He has been in leadership for some time, and he knows that after the need, it can arise at any time. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, I just want to amplify your sentiment that we are so committed. Even at 7 p.m., we are so committed, and you are so depleted. Mr. Speaker, we are even moving the amendment. So, Mr. Speaker, this matter is very simple. Tomorrow, they should come. You are always here. Mr. Speaker, by 9 a.m. you are here. So they should come early. We start proceedings. Then we prioritize the business. Our members are committed. But I don't want to say it. Your members are not. We'll help you to finish this
members.
So come early and let's finish.
Let's proceed to adjourn the House. The House is accordingly adjourned till tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.